Hazama?
Hazama-san.
Ichiro Hazama-san.
Yeah, they're not going on until later. Sorry, obviously us three first.
And translating will be Eileen Matsuo. We don't go off. Thank you. Oh, yeah, there's like 30 in there. Cool. So we're excited to be here today. First thing, before we actually get into Dissidia, is I just wanted to ask Hazama-san why he has a little purple and silver thing on his face.
ゲーム紹介に入る前に、風間さんがなぜここにこう紫と銀のキラキラのものをつけているのかを聞きたいです。
東京で流行ってるからですね。
Because it's very popular in Tokyo right now.
嘘です。
So that is a lie.
さっきちょっとあれだ、マットと試合して負けて罰ゲームです。
So I just lost to Matt earlier on playing Dissidia Final Fantasy NT, and so this is for punishment.
All right, cool. So we're excited to be here because we have a lot to share with you guys, and we really wanted to give everybody here a really deep inside look at Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. So a few of the things that we wanted to cover off today is kind of what is it from an overview perspective. 2, how do you play? And then 3, we really wanted to show off some live gameplay. So let's get into it. Okay, by applause, just curious, has anybody played this in the arcades in Japan?
すごいな。
Really?
ありがとう、サンキューサンキュー。すごいね。
All right. Who here, by applause, has played the first 2 Dissidias on PSP?
いいね。
All right, cool. So we got a good mix of people here. So Hazama-san, I'm going to throw it over to you. Can you give us kind of a brief overview of what kind of Dissidia is and what people can expect?
では早速ですが、ゲームの紹介をお願いいたします。
はい。こちらディシディアファイナルファンタジー NT というタイトルなんですが、まああれですね。まあ今年で30周年になるのかな、ファイナルファンタジー。そのいろんなタイトルからいろんなキャラクターを引っ張ってきて。まあ3対3のバトルをやると、そういうゲームでございます。であともう一個こう特徴としてあるのが独特のそのブレイブシステムっていうのを採用しているっていう部分ですね。そういったタイトルでございます。
So this title is called Dissidia Final Fantasy NT, and this year is actually the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy as a series. And in this game, it features a lot of the characters from the numbered of previous Final Fantasy titles, and you will have a 3 versus 3 match, and we also have a unique system called the Bravery system in this game.
Cool. So we'll get into the bravery combat system in a little bit, but I wanted to kind of ask what made you decide to go in the 3v3 route rather than just one-on-one like we're in the previous 2 Dissidias.
ではブレイブシステムには後ほどお伺いしたいと思うんですけれども、まずはなぜ3対3にされたのでしょうか。
PSP バージョンから新しいものを作るって言った時に、まず、前作みたいな1対1の進化系も考えはしたんですが、その中で2対2もありなのか3対3もありなのかって考えていた中で、ファイナルファンタジーの今までのナンバリングって仲間とパーティーを組んで戦うっていうシーンがね多くあったので、じゃあそれをディシディアのアクションファイティングゲームとして落とし込むんだら皆さんにエキサイティングな体験がお届けできるんじゃないかということで今回は3対3を選択しました。
In the previous PSP version, when I thought about creating a new game out of that, I thought that 1 versus 1, like an evolution of the PSP version is fine, but I also thought about maybe doing like a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 3 and onwards. But when I went back and thought about the Final Fantasy title as a series, all the numbered titles is about fighting with your party and allies, and I thought about bringing that over to the fighting game genre.
That's cool. And so I think one of the cool things is not a tag in, tag out kind of situation. All 6 people are on the battlefield at any given time. I'm sure it must have had its own challenges to deal with.
ということは一度に1対1で、タッグチームのような感じで3対3になるのではなく、一気に3対3になるというような、ちょっと画面上にすごいことになると思うんですけども、そういったような戦闘を作るのもチャレンジングだったと思うんですが、いかがですか。
そうですね、僕らがイメージしたのは MMORPG のバトルをアクションゲームに落とし込んだらどうなるのかというところから発想を得ましてで作ってはいったんです。で実際にごちゃごちゃしたバトルに一見思われるかもしれないんですがゲーム自体はかなり タクティカルな戦略的な要素が多いタイトルとなっているので、しっかりとチームで連携を取って勝利を目指すといったタイトルになっているかと思います。
And so for this game, I was inspired by the battle system of an MMORPG, and I thought about bringing that into an action game. And it may look chaotic, but that game is actually quite tactful. You do need a lot of strategy into winning in this game, and a lot of cooperation amongst your allies.
Ooh, that's dope. So one of the things I think is really interesting, in case people missed it, is the fact that this is a collaboration project with Team Ninja from Koei Tecmo. So they're really well known for creating Dead or Alive and the most recently launched Neo. Is there any specific reason of why you guys felt Team Ninja was the perfect partner?
本作においてとても興味深いなと思う部分が、ティーム忍者とのコラボレーションなんですけれども、DOD であったり、ニオであったり、そういったようなタイトルで有名なティーム忍者となぜ組もうと思われたんですか？
そうですね、一つは彼らがすごい優秀なプロ集団だからっていうのがあるとは思うんですけども、日本でね、その良質なアクションゲームを作れる会社さんってそんな多くないと思うんですよ。その点彼らは、今タイトル名も挙げてもらったけど実績がそもそも十分。あとはそのクジラ岡が次のディシディア作りたいなって言ったタイミングと、向こうのね林プロデューサーが一緒に何かやろうぜって言ってくれたタイミングっていうのが本当にピタッとあったんで、これはもうやるしかないなっていうそういう感じです。
So for one, they're just very good at what they do. They're professionals at what they do. And to be honest, I don't think there are that many developers in Japan that could create a high quality action game. And I believe that they are one of them. And you have mentioned a couple of titles earlier, but even they have titles to back up their experience that they have in creating these type of games. And so that is one reason that we decided to tag team with Team Ninja. And the other was that when Kujiraoka-san came to me saying that I want to create a new Dissidia title, it coincidentally was at the same time that Hayashi-san from Team Ninja reached out to us asking us that they wanted to do something with us.
Ah, that's cool. All right, cool. I got one more question before we get into the gameplay. And that's basically about the logo. So it's Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. Can you explain what NT stands for?
NT の意味を教えていただけますか？
新しい物語か、ニューテイルっていう、意味です。このタイトルの本当に一番の売りの部分っていうのは絶対3対3のバトルっていう今までにないものだと思うのね。だけどちゃんとそのファイナルファンタジーの主人公たちが集まったからこそできる新しいストーリーっていうのをちゃんとご用意をしているので、それでそのタイトルをつけた感じでございます。
So NT stands for New Tale, and we have a new story accompanied to this game. And of course, I do think that the selling point of this game is the 3 versus 3 battle, but we also have all these protagonists from Final Fantasy, and I believe that there is a new story that we could create only because we have these characters in our roster.
So Final Fantasy fans, I'm sure many in the audience are, they can look forward to a brand new story.
ということは、ファイナルファンタジーファンは新しい物語をなんですかね、期待できるのでしょうか？
もちろん。
Yes, of course.
Cool. All right. So in case you guys weren't aware, so this game does come out on PS4 exclusively in early 2018, so not too far away. Cool. So with that, Kujiraoka-san, would you mind kind of taking us through the gameplay mechanics and kind of doing a deeper dive on
じゃ
that?
あ、クジラ岡さん、ゲームプレイを使用してご紹介いただけますでしょうか？
はい、じゃあここでやりましょう。
All right, cool.
So we'll use the monitor there.
ちなみに使ってほしいキャラクター。
So is there a character that you guys want to see me use?
1キャラクターで。
It's one character. スコールとクラウドとか多いですね。
スコールが多いです、ね。
Can we change?
スコール、クラウド、ライトニング。
スコール、クラウド、ライトニング。
3キャラクターじゃねえか。
じゃあ前の生放送ではクラウドを使ったんで、 今回はライトニング。
ライトニング。
So since we used cloud in our previous, just the live stream that we just had, we'll use lightning this time then.
Are you able to kind of talk us through the battle set A and B?
ではバトルセット A と B の違いを教えていただけますか？
ああ、そうですね。今回はこのデモ用にプリセットしているものなんですが、本来はもうちょっとセット数があってユーザーの皆さんが自由にカスタマイズできるものとなってます。でカスタマイズできるものとしては HP 攻撃、今回はキャラクターにつき1つ装備をすることができます。そして EX スキルと言われるのが今回初登場となるシステムで、いわゆるバフデバフに当たるものをユーザーが自由にカスタマイズしてバトルに出撃するというものがまとまったのがセットになりますね。
So for this build, we because it is a demo that we have for E3, we have preset 2 different battle sets, and when the game comes out, you'll be able to freely customize these sets. And what they have is 1 HP attack per character, and EX skills, which is new for this game, which is more like a buff and debuff that you could add on to these characters.
今回は A でやってみます。
So we'll go with battle set A this time.
So quiet.
すごい静かです。
そうだね。
でこれ本当は各ユーザーさんがオンラインでマッチングすると
そうだね。
いうことになります。
And so for the actual game, you'll be matched up with other players online.
今回は敵3人と味方の2人も全部 CPU で3対3なんだけれども、プレイヤーはクジラコさんだけだ。
And so for this stage, Kujirako-san will be the only player, and the other 5 characters, 3 an opponent and 2 on the ally, will be controlled by an AI.
ステージはファイナルファンタジー12です。
はい。
And the stage that has been selected is from Final Fantasy 12.
召喚獣。
And which summon would you like to see? もう3秒しかない。
芝かな。
芝か。
So Shiva.
これ音って出ます？
Can we turn the sound on?
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was just asking.
なんかお客さんからのオーダーに応えるのちょっと面白い。
で、操作方法とかいろいろ説明してはいくんですが、PSP のねバージョンをプレイした方だったら割と基本操作が似通っているので、
我々が負けるような相手ではない。
入れるんじゃないかなと思います。
So I'll also explain the controls on stage here, but if you play the PSP version, it's quite similar to the PSP version.
ターゲットを変えたりとか、で前作と同じように空中でもジャンプができたりとか、でダッシュがかなりフレキシブルに対応できるように、2種類のダッシュが簡単な操作で出し分けられるようになっている。
So you could target opponents, jump, and you could dash, and there's actually 2 different types of dashes.
そして、そうですね、ブレイブシステムという重要なシステムがあるんですが、これもご存知の方は馴染みの深いものだと思うんですけれども、ブレイブ攻撃で自分のブレイブを高めていって、でその数字を HP ダメージとして相手に与えるというのが基本なルールになります。
And we mentioned bravery system earlier, but if you've played the PSP version, you might be quite familiar with it. But what you want to do is increase the bravery points to deal HP damage, because the number that is shown there will be the damage that you deal with an HP attack.
そして今作の、特徴的なところである召喚獣、それを呼ぶためにはこういったバトル中に出現する召喚コアというものを攻撃して壊すことで画面の右上のゲージが溜まるようになります。この取り合いもこのゲームにおいて重要なポイントの一つです。
And summons are very unique to this game as well. But to call a summon, you want to fill up the summoning meter at the top left of the screen by destroying or breaking summoning cores.
で今召喚ゲージが溜まりました。でこれでタッチパッドを押すことで召喚詠唱ができるようになっているので、このゲージが溜まると無事召喚獣が呼び出せるようになります。
So our summoning meter just filled up, and so by touching the touchpad, we were able to summon Shiva.
で召喚獣を呼ぶとこの召喚獣が一緒にしばらくの間戦ってくれるんですね。
And by summoning Shiva or Sir Summon, they will fight alongside you for a short duration of time.
each summon is completely different, yeah?
各召喚獣は全く違うんですよね。
そうですね。まあただどれもド派手な攻撃をしてくれる頼もしい仲間となっております。
Yes, so each summon will be a little bit different, but each summon will also have a flashy attack that they would do to aid your ally in your party.
あと召喚獣には特殊な効果がありまして、いわゆるパーティーにつけるアクセサリーみたいな立ち位置で、まあ選んだだけでその召喚獣ごとにいろんなバフ効果がパーティーにかかるようになります。
And each summons will have a special effect of their own. You can think of it as like an accessory added to your party. And just by selecting a summon, you will gain a buff that is associated to that summon.
で続いて、今作で追加された EX スキルなんですけれども、キャラクターの顔のグラフィックの横にアイコンが3つ光ってると思うんですが、これを三角ボタンで出し分けます。
And the next that I want to introduce you is the EX skill, which is newly added to this title. You will see 3 different buttons next to the lightning space on the bottom left of the screen, your character's graphics. And you are able to use those skills with the triangle button and the triangle up and down button.
でバフデバフを味方的にうまくかけながら立ち回ることでパーティー全体が有利になったり、まあ、それで勝利を目指すとチームワークが重要なゲーム性になりますね。
And by using those EX skills to add buff or debuff an opponent is one of the biggest strategies in this game. And so that's where you want to cooperate with your party members to figure out the good timing, the best timing to use these skills.
はい、こんな感じでしょうかね。
I think that sums it up.
Cool.
ありがとうございます。
Cool. So the bravery combat system, I think, is one of the most unique things about this game. Can you explain a little bit more of where that inspiration came from?
ではブレイブシステムというのが、今作でとても独特なシステムだと思うんですけれども、そのインスピレーション、そのブレイブシステムを作られたインスピレーションとはどこから受けたものですか？
そうですね。もともとこれも午前中に別の生放送でお話はしたんですが、もともとこのゲームキングダムハーツ2のアクションゲームを対戦ゲームにしたらというところから実は開発がスタートしてまして、で、その中でキングダムハーツを遊んでる方たちが遊べる対戦ゲームとは何かというところからまず考え始めました。
So we mentioned this earlier in our show as well, but where this all started from was the idea of taking the Kingdom Hearts 2 action system and turning it into a fighting game.
そして、爽快なコンボを決めるという気持ちよさは当然担保した上で、その攻撃を食らった側がすぐに負けてしまうようなことがないように、要は HP 攻撃さえ食らなければ生き残れるわけですから、その中でチャンスを無限に見つけ出せるようなゲーム性を作るためにこのブレイブシステムっていうのを採用しました。なので、ブレイブをやり取りしてってもしくは違う方法でも今のスキルのような方法でもいいのでブレイブを高めていってそれを HP 攻撃として当てることができればどれだけブレイブ攻撃を食らってようが勝つチャンスはあるわけで、実際このゲームは実際日本のアーケードでね稼働している中でも大逆転みたいなものがかなり起きやすいゲームになっていると思うので、その最後の1分1秒までかなりエキサイティングなゲームが楽しめるんじゃないかなというふうに思ってます。
And we thought about what kind of game the Kingdom Hearts 2 audience would be able to play or enjoy playing. And we did not want to lose that feel-good combo that you get from Kingdom Hearts 2. But we also did not want to create a game where you would quickly lose to an opponent. And so in this game, because we have the bravery system, you could stay alive as long as you're not attacked by an opponent with an HP attack. And so there's an infinite chance of you winning. And so you want to raise your bravery points regardless of if that's your attacking an opponent or using the skills to raise them to increase the chance of for you to win. And this game is already released in Japan as the arcade version is already released in Japan, but we see that this is one of the games that you have a chance to win till the last minute. And I think it's one of those unique titles that does have that kind of an opportunity.
That's cool. All right. So I wanted to ask about the UI and the HUD, as it's pretty intimidating. At times there's a lot of bars, there's a lot of numbers. Is that going to be kind of the final UI that users are going to see?
UI や HUD がちょっとこうなんていうんですかね、威圧的というか、圧倒されるような感じがあるんですけれども、今後それはこのままの状態で発売されるんでしょうか。
そうですね。
Sorry.
このさっきの UI は日本のねアーケードって結構派手さとか見た目のねそういった力強さを求める傾向があるので、それに最適化している形ではあります。で家庭用に持ってくるにあたって、実際シンプル化をしようかなという話を開発側でプロトタイプを作っているところです。なので今よりも変な話ごちゃごちゃせずにシンプルな形で皆さんにお届けできるようにはなるとは思うので、期待してもらえればと思います。
So the current UI that you just saw is for the Japanese arcade, where it's mostly about how flashy it can get, or you want to be as flashy as possible. So it's optimized for the Japanese arcade. But for the home console, we do feel that simplifying it is important. So we are thinking of simplifying the UI a little bit.
Cool. All right. So we have a few guests, but before we bring them out, kind of wanted to see if you guys could show us how it's done. Two pro Japanese
ゲストを2人今回お呼びしているんですけども、その前にお二人の日本のプロのディシリアプレイヤーにどういう風な対戦ができるのかっていうのをお見せいただきたいんですけれども、大丈夫でしょうか。
プロだからね。
Well, we are pros, so we should be fine to do that.
じゃあやりましょうか。
やろうか。
プロね。Can we get their screens up on the big screen?
狭間さんは何を使う？
狭間プロはね。
狭間プロ。
狭間プロはどれでいこうか。さっきせっかく名前出たから俺。でもどれも使ったことないな。
クジラオカさん、who are you gonna choose?
クジラオカさんはどなたを選ばれるんですか？
僕はじゃあスコールを使う。
じゃあ俺クラウド行く？
So Kujaraka-san will use Squall and Hazama-san will use Cloud.
クラウド使ったことないな。
使ったことない。
Hazama-san has never used Cloud before, so we'll see how it goes. 今かけた方がいいですよ。勝ち負けにかけた方がいいですよ。
どっちが
俺もう貼るとこないよ。
Who do you think will win? スコールが勝つと思います。いや負けたら狭間さん反対側にまた別のタトゥーをお願いします。
こっち？
はい。
首から上がちょっとアクセント多すぎないか？
Doesn't he says that he has way too many things happening from his neck up, don't you think?
召喚獣は今回 OD。
俺を D にしてみた。
狭間さん OD。
でもどっちが呼べるかわかんない。
僕らは無理。
今回のステージは14だね。
ボ
ルタデクマーナ。
ボルタデクマーナ。
So we have Odin and Ramu this time.
And then playing on stage from Final Fantasy 14. And then one of the cool things.
僕ら日本で8000戦とか7000戦やってるんですよ。
So they've actually played about 7,000 to 8,000 times in Japan.
俺には
I played about 7.
仲間がいる。
マットは7回か8回だそうです。
嘘。いったちょっと早くない？
So one of the ways you can tell the difference between bravery versus HP attacks is when it turns into an HP attack, there'll be kind of like a new text menu that appears above the character text. And one thing about the UI also,
いたたたたた。
so the blue arc bar.
うわちょひどいなうちのディレクター。
But our director is mean.
プロデューサーに対しての敬意が足りないんだよ。
He doesn't have any respect for the producer.
ちょっとこのチーム大丈夫？やっていける俺ら。
Like, I'm not sure if I could win with the team that I have right now.
僕はもう尊敬してますよプロデューサーのこと。
もう呼ばれた。
3人揃えば一瞬で呼ぶことができるので、息を合わせることが大事。
So when you're trying to summon, it's quite slow when you're doing it by yourself. But if all three in your party tries to summon at the same time, it's very instant. So you don't have to stand there for a long time.
いけると思う。 いててずっと
でスコールはタイミングよくブレイブ攻撃を入力するとステルスが爆発になって威力がアップするっていう原作のジャストなんですよねトリガーの入力の設定も採用します。
For Squall, he has the just timing as the original Final Fantasy VIII did, where if you input his attack controls at a good timing, you'll see a burst on screen and his attack becomes
よ
stronger.
しよしよしよしよしよしまだいけんじゃねえのこれ
So a few other things to note about the UI. On the upper left, you'll see kind of 3 blue bars and 3 red bars. Basically, what that signifies is you have to defeat the opposing team 3 times. So you can beat the same person 3 times, or you can kind of divide and
ひ
conquer
どいな
and defeat 3 different guys.
うそ下まで来るんだちょっとちょっとバットがかけたちょっと殴られっぱなしじゃない俺
危ない危ないお
オッケーオッケーよっしゃよっしゃやっとだよ
Finally.
お
オッケーあらあららお
さあこれどっちが勝つか分かんなかったです
おおだんだんねいやでも最後はもうあったあったあったあったあったいや
あ
あらあらららいやいやいやいやいやいや人を気遣うことができる良いディレクターだと思うよ
He's a very good director with a lot of respect for his producers.
でも今とどめさしたのコムでしたけど
そうだね
But the one that defeated our team was a UI controlled character, not our producer.
実は今コムねあんまりまだちゃんとね
これは皆さんが楽しめるようにかなり弱めのコムになっているのでまあ本当はねもっと連携するようなチームバトルができるといいんですが今回は1対1ということだったのでまあこういった形になりました
Yeah, so we have adjusted this game as a demo for the UI to be not UI, the AI to be a little bit weaker, so that you will be able to enjoy the battle. So that's the type of balance that this demo has for E3.
Cool. So we wanted to bring out a few friends of ours. So if everyone could give a round of applause to Mr. Justin Wong and K. Brad. So I'm sure many of you guys know Justin from famous things like Evo Moment 37. Been following K-Brad through the Street Fighter V kind of circuit. Very well respected within the fighting game community. But I just kind of wanted to ask, what is your guys' familiarity with Final Fantasy, Justin?
So my first one was Final Fantasy VIII growing up. I loved Squall and Renault. That was like my favorite love story ever. And then I started playing Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X, and all my friends tell me, what are you doing? You need to go back to 7. So I went back to 7, streamed it, and it was really fun, especially when the stream told me, hey, go fight that thing over there in the sand. So I fought it. It was the ruby weapon, and he one-shotted me. And yeah, it was pretty hard that time.
All right. Favorite Final Fantasy though?
Favorite Final Fantasy is probably 10, just because of the love scene in the water. You guys know what I'm talking about. The water scene right there is done.
Awesome. K-Brad, what about you?
I played pretty much all the Final Fantasies, but like 7 was my first, and then like I beat the game like so many times. I just can't stop playing the game. So it's a dream to be here working with Square Enix, because last year I was like, man, you know, like they're gonna show something for the remake. I'm ready, you know, I'm so ready for this. Then I was like, that doesn't make any sense. They would show it for the 20-year anniversary. This is the 20 year, and then you know, here we are. We didn't see it, you know. so we're here to play some sick this year. But Final Fantasy VII is my favorite for sure, and I love that, you know, you made Cloud kind of cheap. He's kind of ridiculous in this game, so I'm pretty happy about that.
All right. So we are running out of time. We did want to have a bunch of matches, but we'd love to get Justin, you, and K-Brad
Yeah.
into a match. Is that cool?
Yeah.
So K-Brad, who are you going to use? I'm assuming.
Cloud, man. Cloud Strife.
Are we able to get the PS4s on the screen? Justin, who are you going to use? Squall?
I gotta go with my first love with Squall.
Oh, another Cloud versus Squall. And then how many games have you guys got to play so far?
We played a couple of games. We played 3v3. Me, K-Brad on the same team versus some of the Square Enix guys. I think we worked really well together on teams. So when this game comes out online, we get to team up and play with each other. We're definitely gonna body everyone out here, for sure. That's 100%. Oh, you're done. I got lightning on my team.
You got lightning?
Yeah, you're so good.
召喚獣を選ぶ子
昨日ちょっとブース来てもらったよね。
So Fujita-san, who do you think of the two teams, which has a more balanced team?
どちらのチームの方がバランスが良いと思われますか？
そうですね、キャラクターに4つのタイプがあって、そのバランスが優れてるのは、クラウドの方ですね。で、ブラッドの方。
So there's 4 types associated to the characters, or the characters are associated to 4 different types. And just looking by that, I believe that K-Brad's team has a fairly good balance of the party.
これでも結構マークスマンっていう遠距離から攻撃できるタイプがいるかどうかで結構戦い方が変わってくるので、まあ、それがいるKブラッドの方が一応バランス的には優れているということになります。ただまあコムなのでいいように置いてくれるかどうかはちょっとわからないです。
So characters that are under the marksman type, they are really good at doing long-range attacks, and having one of those characters in your party changes your strategy. And so K-Brad's party has a marksman type character in there, so I believe that that is very, it will work in his favor. But at the same time, that marksman is a UI AI controlled, so I'm not sure how much of a help that would be.
えらい隅っこで。そうだね。
So it seems that the marksman character is all the way in the corner doing something that we can't tell what it is.
でもコツコツ手オレインかけるっていう。お、でも。
It seems that it's been using a meteor range from time to time, so that might be good.
何もちょっと受けづらいんです。
そうでこのゲームは、
お見事
まあ、特にちょうど今ジャスティンがヒナをね非常に狙ってますけど、まあ、そのタイプによってこの組み合わせだとどのタイプが有利とかっていうのがあるので、今ちょうどこれはアサシンがマークスマンを狙ってるんですけど、これすごくいい攻め方になるんですね。
おお。
Wait, what happened?
What do you mean?
I was fighting.
Cloud happened, bro.
What happened?
Cloud happened.
I didn't even die.
I told you.
What? I was about to kill Terra.
He's too good, man.
That's not fair. The computer definitely helped you against me. That was not fair.
It's Cloud Strife. He's so sick. Cloud.
So I apologize. We are kind of running out of time right now. So we do kind of have to say bye, but Justin, K-Brett, Kujiroka-san, Hazama-san, Eileen, we'll kind of all be around afterwards if you kind of want to come up and ask them any questions and their thoughts as well. So we kind of have to say bye right now, but we just want to thank everybody for coming out today. Go.
Coming up next, Behind the Storm, Fortnite's epic journey from Epic Games. Then we will have Spider-Man for PlayStation 4. A special panel on Project Scorpio hosted by Major Nelson. And finally, Jack Black in conversation with Tim Schafer at 6 p.m. tonight. We'll be right back with Behind the Storm. Now it's time for our next panel, Behind the Storm, Fortnite's Epic Journey. Please welcome to the stage, Jack from Achievement Hunters.
Hey, what's up, audience? How you guys doing? Am I on yet? Hello, can you hear me? There we go. Awesome. Hello, E3 2017. Hello, Facebook Live. Hello, Los Angeles. How you guys doing today? Excellent, excellent. I am very, very excited to be here today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are talking about Epic's new game, Fortnite. Great game. I've had a chance to play it. It's going to be available for early access on July 25th for paid for early access, and you get a 4-day early head start if you pre-order it now. So please, if you would, make some noise for some people here. We got Zach Phelps, the executive producer of Fortnite, and Darren Sugg, the creative director of Fortnite. Have a seat, gentlemen.
How cozy are we? Yeah, I thought maybe, like that.
Yeah, no, you have to share a seat.
All right.
That's
All right.
We could sit right on top of each other. That'd be ideal, actually. Whoa, okay. Oh my! So, everyone smile. Look pretty out there. All right. Awesome, awesome. How many of you out there is this your first E3?
All right.
Wow.
Now we're talking.
Welcome, welcome. Hope you have fun. So you picked the right place to be because it's nice and air conditioned in here. It's hot as hell outside right now, so we're gonna check out some cool stuff. So you guys, you're pretty damn close to the release of your game. You excited for that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am ecstatic. So I'm super glad that everybody's finally going to be able to play. If you guys want to get in the boat and row around with us and have fun, we are glad to have you. And I'm glad that the time is coming.
Yeah, you're just over a month away until the thing hits. That's exciting. So, well, for those of you who might not know what Fortnite is, we're gonna check out a trailer right now so you kind of get an idea of it. Okay, so let's check out the trailer real quick.
If you're out there, we need your help. The storm came, the monsters followed. They took everything. Our towns, our families. The few of us left are in serious danger. Now, it's time to fight back. All we need is a leader. And that's you. Sure, it'll be dangerous. I mean, yeah, there's monsters. A lot of monsters. But we've got massive forts. Killer traps. And piles of loot. If we stick together, they don't stand a chance. This is our world, and it's time to take it back.
There you go. Man, that looks freaking awesome. Make some noise for that. Now, I gotta say, after watching the trailer, where the hell is that loot cave? Because I played it a bit. I didn't find anything like that yet.
Yeah.
Our players, some of our older players were in this morning asking me exactly the same thing. And I have no idea, so.
Awesome. Okay, so we saw the trailer here. So what would you say, what is Fortnite exactly? Like, explain to someone who might not know what the game is, the type of game, what would you say Fortnite is?
So we refer to Fortnite as a cooperative action builder. And that's sort of like the name we made up because it created elements of third-person action slammed together with fast-paced building. You get to craft, loot, and ultimately build giant fortresses while defending them from awesome monsters. And you get to do it all in a procedurally generated world. So that means every time you're playing, it's always a different experience.
Oh, that's awesome. So like everything changes every time you spawn in, basically. So you might have a completely different experience on a map than I would.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, that's awesome. And so it's also cooperative too. Like you can play it online with friends.
Yeah, it's designed to play with a group of people. You can sort of share the load, decide like what kind of roles people want to play, and then ultimately, even if you're like, sometimes we have people on our team that like to play by themselves. We support that too, but everything's better with friends, right?
Yeah, well, depending on your friends, I guess, really.
That's right. You were telling me experiences about that.
So,
all right.
So how many of you guys know Achievement Hunter out there? Awesome. So we've already recorded a Let's Play in this game, which was great. And believe it or not, Jeff really trolled the hell out of everyone which is a thing in this game. We'll get more to that later, though. So now the actual fort. I was talking to you guys before, and you were saying like this game kind of harkens back to like when you were a kid and like building forts to protect yourself, like out of pillows and sheets and boxes and those empty Christmas boxes that nothing was actually in. So no, it's very sad. That never happened. So what was that like? I mean, is that where inspiration was drawn from? Like being a child and protecting yourself from like a younger sister?
Well, it was for me, like you said, a lot of people have experiences with the couch forts. I was actually thinking about this as we came out, how crazy we'd be if we started making one. But anyway, or blanket forts, or if you were like me, you had that patch of wood at the end of your street. You got on your bike, you pedaled down there, and you found all these rusty nails and busted 2x4s. I'm not joking. This is a true statement. And you hammer them together, and then you spend all afternoon defending your fort from imaginary creatures. And it was just like an awesome experience, and everybody had it. And then we see that echoing in movies all over the place. Whether you're Harry Potter and The Last Stand for Hogwarts against all the creatures there, or you're Aragorn on the battlements of Helm's Deep. Like, this is something that resonates with everybody, and we wanted to make a game that everybody would be able to craft their own experiences with that.
So you're basically saying you've made Home Alone the video game.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
There you go. Throw that on the box when it comes out. There you go. Quote me.
We'll put you on your quote.
Okay, awesome. Now the style of this game, it seems very kind of fun, a little bit more kind of like happy, like it's very kind of rounded characters, not super realistic, kind of goofy. Was that a very active thing? I mean, was that your plan in advance, or how does this happen?
Well, the thing is what's cool about Fortnite, across its all development is that we're sort of over an ever-evolving beast. And so initially, the really awesome artists at Epic Games said, hey, we've come off making Gears of War. What would a survival game look like? Brought to you by Epic Games. And so they really made a bunch of concepts, and I think we have some here to show, of the way the world looked in the very, very beginning. And man, it was dark and awesome and super and what you'd expect from those guys. But a bunch of the artists got together and they were like, you know what? We really want to make something more stylized, more colorful. They felt like they really landed that at the end of the Gears of War era, and they really had destroyed beauty down. And so they wanted to try something else. And so Fortnite's evolution continued, and then they began making the sort of new style.
That's cool. So how many developers went from something like Gears of War onto this game? Like, how many on your team do you have from those guys?
Oh man, like it's been, the weird thing about Fortnite has just been an evolution. So we've added new blood over time, and some people have moved on and some people have stayed. So it's like the team now is a blend of the awesome guys from back in those days to a bunch of new people that have come on board with tons of new enthusiasm to sort of make the new game.
Yeah. So like you were saying, Epic Games typically are kind of that gritty, realistic feeling. What was it like pitching this sort of like more of a lighthearted fort building game with your buddies, in this kind of more colorful world? I mean, did you have any trouble? Like, did any of the uppers kind of come at you or anything?
Well, by the time I showed up on that discussion, I guess had already been won. I wish Pete Ellis, our art director, was here. He's doing some family stuff this week. He could tell you the gritty nuances of it. But by the time I showed up, we had already moved into that direction. So I think over time, it's actually been a surprise to the players that we would make such a change. And so, but it seems very positively responded to. So.
Yeah, and you guys have been kind of tweaking and working on this game for a long, long time. I mean, I remember personally about 4 years ago at PAX Prime, I actually got a chance to check out like a way, way early build of it, and I remember kind of more of that creepier aspect to it. And it was like the version now is a lot more, not arcadey, but it's a lot more fast paced, where it's kind of like, okay, you just build your base, get ready. If someone wants to focus on just base building, if you kind of want to set your defenses, like everything's changed a lot, and it's neat to see how sort of things have evolved. I mean, what's sort of the process behind that? I mean, do you guys sit down? Do you react to feedback? How does that work?
So honestly, a big portion of this has just been playing the game over and over again, both ourselves, but then with our players. And so we've been out there, 2 years plus in online tests, going over and over again, just playing it and getting into the game, playing with the players, getting their feedback, iterating, taking it to the next step. there's nothing that we want more than make something that our fans are going to enjoy.
That's awesome. That's cool that you're listening to your fans too. I mean, we kind of talked about that before. Where it's like you feel now, like I mean, I don't know if the audience here, do you feel like now you can actually reach out to developers and actually be heard by people instead of kind of before it was kind of like they live off in mystical fairyland making video games, and now it feels like you can actually reach out and talk to developers. Is that something you kind of you understand? You feel like, yeah, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It matters a lot to us. I mean, we always talk about. I personally talk about the list of all the things, which is all the great ideas that all the community has brought to us, our developers, all the people that are excited about the game. And we really do keep track of an awful lot of that stuff. We're not able to do everything right away, but it goes into the hopper, and you never know like when it pops up. And as an online game and as a game that we're going to continue to develop after we launch, every month we're going to make it bigger. We're going to make more stuff. We're going to get to that stuff as we go, and that's all because you guys care enough to come to us and throw out your ideas and say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did this thing? Like, we love for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's something where it's like if I play, it's kind of a range character. I'm like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if you could add a sniper tower, if that was like a built-in asset. I could tweet that or kind of like draw something up, tweet it to you guys, and there's a good chance you would read that and actually respond to it, right?
Guaranteed chance. Yeah. At the very least, we'd definitely read it. Whether we respond, depends upon if it was like already in plan or not. Sometimes like our players are always coming up with the idea that we just had, it's like, or just ahead of us, right? They're like, hey, what if we had an ability to send our heroes out to be able to go gather and collect stuff while we're offline? We're like, that's an awesome idea. And then like literally 2 weeks later, it's in the game. We'd been developing it for probably the last 6 months. So
it's just coincidental at that point. But you guys are reacting to immediate feedback though, right?
Oh yeah, all the time. We are changing the economy of the game right now. What it's the harvesting rates, how quickly can you get cards? It's like we will continue to iterate based on the data from people playing, and because they care to be there.
So you're saying everything I've already done in the game and worked all those hours is gone now, is what you're saying?
That is true. We are doing one more reset for our paid early access, but then after that, we are not resetting ever again. We will continue to version the game, which means you'll keep all your stuff forever. So yeah, it won't be any more resets. So the guys that have been there playing for 2 years, who I've been playing this game with for about 20 months, that we keep resetting are amazing. The fact that they will put up with it, we've reset their progress, and then they do it all over again. And I am just like amazed that they're putting up with us. So I appreciate all of it.
Well, there's something to be said about having a fresh start too, because you always think like, okay, the next time I play, I know how to get through those first early levels really quick now, or like I know some techniques that work a lot better and stuff. So now let's talk a little bit about the heroes in the game, because the one thing I really loved about the game is the fact that there are different heroes which all have kind of different classes. Like some are more for building, some are more for attacking, some are more kind of like a general assault character where they can kind of do everything. So where did that come into play? Like when did the whole idea of like different heroes or different things?
I think our heroes, we began experimenting with basically class-based versions probably about, I don't know, 3 years ago actually. But I think the modern version of the heroes really came to fruition about 10, 11 months back. And these new heroic, the guys here can see, the new heroic characters made their appearance, and we've got 4 archetypes for them that all the classes are based out of. Your constructor, which amplifies building. It lets you auto repair walls, reflect damage back to the enemies. Then we've got the outlander, which is our explorer character. They have the ability to see loot through walls and generally gather materials quite quickly. Our soldier, who's our badass with AoE grenades and can summon a chain gun as one of their character abilities. And then ultimately we have our ninja, which is our fast-moving melee class that can sort of double jump into combat, drop some smoke bombs, eliminate artillery units, and then bail out, all while looking cool doing it.
Nice. Now I have one question for you. The guy on the far right, how do we get glasses on that dude? Because he looks a lot like me. If we can get an Achievement Hunter logo and glasses on him, I think you've got a perfect game.
Probably
we can do it.
Can we make that happen? Okay, you guys heard it here first.
Yeah.
We're gonna
we can get him, and we can even name him. Achievement Hunter.
Oh really?
Yeah, totally.
If we could name him Jack, that'll be it. That's
like
game over.
Done.
All right, Paul. You guys heard that. There we go. Done. It's happening.
Feedback noted.
Now remember, if you're on Facebook Live right now watching, you can go ahead and send some questions in as well. These guys will be answering questions for you. Now, So you've been doing early access for this game. We were just kind of talking about that before. So how does that affect sort of what you're doing with the game? I mean, like this is a really interesting concept because you have paid early access, and then next year the game's going to be free for everyone. So kind of this early access group is going to help decide the path of the game before it hits the market. Also, the fact that this will be a free to play game, that kind of pisses me off because when I was a kid growing up, we had nothing free. The only free games we had were like you'd find a deck of cards somewhere and have to come up with a concept of game. But anyway, that being said, this looks beautiful, and to get to play this for free is great. So, bringing it back around, early access. So, what's it like working on an early access title?
It's like I said. I think the thing that's cool is that everybody who shows up at this stage and who wants to be part of the early access on whether it's on consoles or PC, they get to contribute to it, and they're every time anybody gives you money for your games, it's an act of faith. They're saying, I really hope that this game is awesome and is fun. And, we really try to have as much respect for that choice as possible. Like, we like to treat our community pretty well with regards to that. And so I think that act of faith is really important to us. And like we said, people are saying, well, why are you doing this right now? And it's just like, well, we want people always ask us to get in. This is a good way for us to do it. And we're just telling people, hey, next year in 2018, if you're not willing to, if you're not ready to get on board in the boat, I guess is the way I say it, hang out for 2018, we're going to be free for everybody. But if you're hardcore and you want to get involved in this process and be part of the community right now, this is your opportunity to. And so it's a way to shape the game.
Yeah, to me, this is the first time in my career where we've been able to participate with our players in the most meaningful way ever. Like getting their feedback now in this online test period, but then expanding it out to anyone that wants to give us feedback. Like, we're in global chat, we talk to our players, we listen. It's incredibly intense and stressful. Like, constantly having those eyes on you, and the feedback is almost always like, no matter what, it's always heartfelt, negative or positive, it's always heartfelt, right? And so getting that now before we go into this next phase is amazing. Calling it early access is just our way of being really clear the game's not done. We're still working on it, and we're working on it with feedback from everyone that wants to be involved.
So what is your what sort of meetings do you guys have? Like, do you have here's a bunch of Twitter suggestions we got, here's what our forums are saying? Like, how active are you in actually responding to comments and feedback from the audience or from the crowd?
Normally it's a forwarded email from Darren directly from our players right into our team that says, get on this, guys, right now, fix it. I generally spend, and I think as we get more people involved, it's going to be harder and harder for me to do one-to-one responses in the way that probably I'd been able to now. But I read, I stay up late and I read all the feedback channels. There's a little button in the corner of the game right now, and we're going to continue to have that where you can go in and you can type your feedback and you can say a bunch of stuff, and it comes in and it ends up in my email box, and I do go through and I read it, and sometimes I'm like, man, this is awesome, and sometimes I'm like, holy crap, we have a lot of work to do, but that's okay.
Well, what's the most I don't know, extreme piece of feedback you've gotten? You were like, what the hell is this person thinking?
Man, the most extreme piece of feedback,
or kind of off the wall, maybe.
The off the wall is usually like, it would be awesome if I could completely fly into around the world and then teleport and then get drop bombs that do harvest all at once. Like, it's literally like that level of and you're like, well, I don't know how to respond exactly to that kind of feedback, but I mean, and some of the harshness is I think actually I love hanging out with you guys. So, by the way, I have very little filter when it comes. When I'm in the chat room with people, I say all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to say something. It's just, they're like, why aren't you making the next Gears? I'll get that every now and again. And I was like, yeah. So there's just random stuff that comes in. It's funny, but it's like, hey, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm sure literally everyone working on Fortnite, that's the entire team that would be making Gears instead, right?
Yeah, it's not quite how it works in this age, but it's just funny because people want what they want, and to your point, everybody wants to be heard. That's the best we can do.
Absolutely. And like you said, you're still kind of a smaller, I mean, your team within Epic's it's small. So it's it's very flexible. I'm sure a lot of everyone is involved with the process of making the game. I'm sure everyone wants to make the best game they possibly can. Whereas you see some larger games, you've got seven different groups around the planet working on one game and different elements of it. A little bit trickier to kind of tie it all together. But I'm sure if you guys are all in the same room or all in the same building, that's got to be the way to go, right? Or at least for a game like this, it's got to be the way to go, right?
Sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we work with a bunch of different people in all different spaces. So
The feedback's always the feedback, no matter where it comes from.
Wherever it comes from, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Actually, let's get some right now.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You guys want to do some feedback? You guys have any questions in the audience?
Yeah, let's do it.
Who wants to ask our guys here, Darren and Zach from Fortnite? It's been a lot of fun playing it. Here we go, right here. All right, we have a mic coming your way, so you'll be able to be heard on the stream. So say hi to your friends on Facebook Live. And also, again, if you're on Facebook Live, we're taking questions too. So feel free to ask them over there. Hi.
Hey, you said the game's going to be free to play. Do you know what the revenue model is going to be like, or have you decided that yet?
Revenue models, all right.
Yeah, all right. So I love these questions. These are my favorite. No, really, they are. I'm glad people care. So we are effectively a card pack game. We use pinatas, but basically players can acquire in-game currency. They can either play and earn it, or they can go to the store and buy it. And then they purchase these card packs and schematics, items, heroes, all kinds of cards come out of those packs. And that we're basically relying on that as a place to start from the free-to-play model, and then for Founders Packs, we're just giving you tons of those stuff in advance.
Yeah, and specific cards in the Founders Pack model. So that's where we're going to start, and then we'll iterate forward. We know players want to be able to have more determination in sort of how they find things in the game, and so there's definitely going to be quests and other things as we go into this next year, where we're going to have these awesome events that allow players to really directly get to certain items that they want.
Cool. So where did pinatas come from?
It was basically somebody. So, well, go ahead. Do you want to we had a okay. So somehow one of our concept artists, they came up with some amazing pieces of art. One of these things was a pinata. We put it into the core game where you strike this thing and resources fly out of it, and you get all these items on the ground. You pick them all up and you get resourcing, right? So it was cool. It was fun. Players loved it. This is like a perfect example where players are just like, this is so fun. It's so awesome. So then we got into, hey, what are we going to do for our loot boxes? And somebody was like, I know, let's put a loot box in the game. And we're like, okay, and they drew up the box, and it was a cool box, but it was a box. And then somebody else was like, what if we use the pinata from the core game and put this in there? And then, of course, the artist made this awesome-looking pinata. We're going like, dang, man, that'd be weird. Yeah. That would be awesome. Like, why don't we do it? And then everybody was like, no, we shouldn't do it. And we're like, no, let's do it. And
I was like, okay, we can do it as long as they talk to you. So our pinatas, they talk to you. You can click on them. They say funny things. You can just keep poking them. They'll eventually say more things. I have it in. I'm going to say this for the world. I have it in my heart that one day we'll make a pinata called the Jaded Game Developer Pinata, and you guys can just poke them and then smash it, and loot will come out of it. That's what I'm hoping for in the long run of Fortnite.
I want to see that. Yeah, hitting the pinata is something that's very, very nice about that. Very stress relieving. Any more questions? The audience down here. About right here. I don't know where our microphone is, but there, right there.
Hello. So I know it's supposed to be a cooperative kind of game. So out of curiosity, is there going to be any like PvP aspects where team versus team, or is it just up against environment and zombies?
All right. So PvP or PvE strictly.
So yeah, I think the way we'll end up is we will end up doing probably PvE competition. Obviously, the game is ripe for fortress defense, so you can see how many waves you can live through, how many resources you can't spend. I think that's where we're going to start. We have experimented with PvP modes in the past. However, we have a pretty high bar. Probably you can tell, how long it takes us to bake stuff. So I'm not sure when that's going to come out, but it wouldn't surprise me that in somewhere in the next 5 years, there's some awesome PvP thing that comes out.
Just wait 5 years. It'll be great.
I can't, I like to be clear.
Maybe 10.
All right, there you go. All right, so again, the game is coming out. It's going to be early access, paid early access, July 25th. You can pre-order, though, for a 4-day head start. And it's coming to what platforms will it be on?
Epic Launcher, PC and Mac, Xbox One, PS4.
Wow, so damn near everything. That's fantastic. So, well, thank you very much, Zach and Darren. Make some noise for these guys. Check out Fortnite.
Everybody. Thank you.
It's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy E3.
Coming up next, swing behind the scenes with the new Spider-Man for PlayStation 4. Then Project Scorpio, Major Nelson and the Project Scorpio team will be with us. And finally, Jack Black and Tim Schafer at 6 o'clock. We'll be right back with Insomniac Games and Marvel for Spider-Man PS4. It closed the press conference last night for PlayStation, and they'll be here to give you guys a first look. Three big panels still ahead, but right now, as you can see on the screen, it's time to take a trip into the world of Spider-Man. Please welcome your host, Agent M.
Hello! Hello, 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 hello! Hi. How's everybody doing? Excellent. I am Agent M, but I'm not the star of the show. Spider-Man and the people who make Spider-Man are the stars, so let's bring them on in. Bill Roseman, creative director. Brian Intihar from Insomniac. John Paquette from Insomniac.
Writer.
And, this is just a good time. We're relaxing. Nothing big has happened for this game
Hey, Ryan.
yet in a while.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
What brings you here?
I am here to talk to you here in Los Angeles, as well as on Facebook and the internet about Spider-Man, PlayStation 4. So excited.
Yes.
Gentlemen, please tell the audience what you do.
Okay, so I guess we'll
Bill, you
go
go
this way.
first.
So my name is Bill Roseman. I've been lucky enough to be working with Marvel since the early 90s. Helped write comics, edit comics, market comics. About 2.5 years ago, we kind of reassembled the Marvel Games team. I leaped out here, and one of the first things I heard about that we were making was this game, and I was totally psyched, and it feels, in a weird way, that my whole life's journey has brought me here today to work on this, because I'm a true dyed-in-the-wool, love Spider-Man since I was in kindergarten. So as creative director, I just work with all of our partners, like our friends Insomniac, who are only 10 minutes away. So we go over there at least once a week and just help make our games authentically
15
Marvel.
minutes of traffic.
Yes.
Yeah, 15 minutes of traffic.
John, how about yourself?
I'm John Paquette. I'm the lead writer on Spider-Man PS4. I've been in Insomniac for, I don't know, 8 years. 8 years. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Previous to this game, I worked on Sunset Overdrive, Ratchet and Clank, Resistance 3, and then I was at EA before that for many years.
You're also like my shrink.
I'm your
half the time.
shrink.
Yes,
Yeah.
got half the time. Hi everyone, my name is Brian Intihar. I'm the creative director at Insomniac, working on Spider-Man. I've been at Insomniac for over 9 years now, thanks to Ryan Schneider for hiring me. He's back there. And like Bill, this is a dream come true to be standing and actually sitting in front of you guys and be able to show you more of Spider-Man, something we've been at Insomniac really passionate about. So, and the reaction so far has been awesome. So we'll just start talking about the game. 'Cause I don't
Let's
wanna hear
do
my
it.
stuff.
Yeah. So I've been a fan of Insomniacs for a while, from Ratchet and Clank to Sunset Overdrive, which one of my favorite games of the past couple years. And so when I first heard that we were teaming up together for Spider-Man, flipped. I legitimately lost it. Got really excited. Almost punched Bill in the face. Love it. Punch Bill in the face.
Oh,
but
that's how we show affection at Marvel.
Sealed the deal creatively working with Insomniac.
I think it was the
my smile.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the excellent variety of refreshments in your kitchenette. It's quite refreshing.
It's a great kitchen. Yeah.
So no, it's exactly what you talked about. All their heritage of the games they've worked on. When you talk about quality, when you talk about gameplay, when you talk about storytelling, and most importantly for a character such as Spider-Man, fun, a sense of fun and humor, and that sealed the deal. And we couldn't be happier to working with our friends at Insomniac.
Yeah, it's what just happened.
Whoa,
that's a celebration
We're
of how
so
fun
excited.
it is.
So pop the champagne.
Pop
I was
the
like,
champ.
all right.
Stuff is exploding.
Perfect timing.
Brian, I've heard you tell this story before. It's kind of like a story of how parents meet, and it's like this wonderful story, like you tell people over and over again. But for the crowd here, for the crowd watching at home, what was your reaction? What did you do when you heard about this partnership?
All right. This is it's one of my favorite stories. So we were finishing up a game, and you know development's hard sometimes, and you can get a little blurry-eyed. And I was happening to walk near Ted's office. Ted Price is our CEO, and I said, "Hey, so what's going on?" He's like, "I had a really interesting conversation," and it was this idea of working with Sony and Marvel on a game, and I my eyes just bug, and I was like, "We got to do this. We got to do this. We have to." And then halfway through the conversation, I said, "Oh yeah, and I'd like to be the creative director on the project." And he was like, "All right," and that was it. That was really it. What? This is that hot.
Spider-Man to the rescue!
Oh, there it is.
Wow. This game is super hot. As you can tell, yeah.
Don't worry about the fire.
Woo. Okay, so I'll back up for a second. So, went to Ted's office, asked him let's do this, creative director, and then the rest is, fast forward to today, and
we're blowing things up.
And we're catching things on fire, and yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, John, you're writing the game. You're working on the story for one of pop culture's most popular characters. What's that like? What's that feeling?
Well, kind of similar to Brian, I had a moment early on in this game. I was actually working on a scene from home, one of the first scenes that I wrote, and when I first typed Spider-Man into my computer, my hands started shaking, and I had to stop and go into the next room and tell my wife, I'm writing for Spider-Man, this is amazing, because, like everybody, I was a huge fan as a kid. I subscribed to all the Spider-Man comics that I could, and yeah, it's a privilege, but also, I hate to overuse the word responsibility, but I do feel like I have a responsibility as a storyteller to make sure that I do my best and we do our best as a team.
Yeah.
Guys, hold on. We're going to take a small break here just for a technical thing. We're going to go to a
Stanley
slate,
would say-
and we're going to clear the stage real quick.
The best part is I'm the one sitting closest to it.
As Stanley would say, to be continued.
We're going to be back in business in about 12 minutes, everybody. We're going to continue our live stream, and we're going to continue Coliseum E3. Cameras, headsets, please.
One, two. Good news, guys. We're back in business. Sorry about that delay. And now we're going to welcome back once again the team behind Spider-Man. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience and understanding. So glad we can just roll ahead with the panels. So we're going to bring these guys out. We'll pick up where we left off with the Spider-Man panel, and then on to Project Scorpio, Jack Black, Tim Schafer. So enjoy the rest of the Coliseum, and back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Over to you. Thank you. So, anything happen in the last, like, 15 minutes or so? Seems pretty normal. Chill stuff happened.
I'm Brian.
Okay, cool. Cool.
This one? Oops, thank you.
I want to thank the man in the Scarlet Spider costume out there for leaping into action.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spidey.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thumbs up. Only you can prevent stage fires.
That's awesome.
All right. Are we rolling? We're live. We're up again. So we had so much planned for you guys. You had no idea, but we're going to cut
It was
going to
be awesome.
One of the things we wanted to do was show the amazing gameplay that we debuted. Was that just last night?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So we want to show that, but also let these gentlemen talk a little bit about it, give you a little bit of a behind the scenes, like a commentary on the video so you can see like the process behind it. So let's run that and we'll go from there.
I thought they were looking at me, though.
Yes. Oh, look this way. Nice logo. Better logo.
Whoa,
Kidding.
whoa,
We
whoa.
kid. We
What's
kid.
going on
We kid because
I
we
got his
love.
back.
We kid because we love. Better, right? Right. At the street. Look at that sign.
Construction.
Storytelling.
And some guy.
Nice spider.
How many iterations of the costume have you guys gone through to reach this, what I think is really, really cool, really iconic and different?
A lot.
It took a few, yeah, we did
Yeah,
a
I
big,
mean, I think we wanted something that definitely people understood this is ours. This is our game. You know, it stood out from, you know, other forms of, you know, comics, movies, you know,
so when you
cartoons.
see him, you'd say, that's Spider-Man from Spider-Man PS4.
Yeah.
He's got a nice butt, too. We talked about
We worked
like,
on that for
a
even
lot.
longer.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's true, the butt technology is fantastic. What happened? The butt was too much?
The butt is on fire. I like Spider-Man's butt, and I cannot lie.
We can skip ahead. Or we can talk about logos again.
Let's go back a bit. Let's
Yeah.
let's take a step back. Let's experience it again.
What is the forget about it sign
Forget about
over
it.
there?
The pizza
we have
place.
we have a lot of
A lot
fun
of Easter
signage.
eggs throughout. Look to the signs, people. Whose construction?
Fisk.
Fisk.
So I think that's important to talk about at the beginning of the game. Spider-Man takes down Wilson Fisk.
That's right.
And
So,
a new threat emerges.
That's right. So as you see later when he's on the phone, you see Wilson Fisk in the orange, and you realize, oh my gosh, Spider-Man has taken down Fisk, and it creates power vacuum. Who steps in? The inner demons. Who are the inner demons? That's what the scene explores.
You're good, Bill.
Fine. But we really did think about the storytelling
Yes.
of this as we were going through. Is it clear? Do we know where the building is? That's why you get the Fisk sign. You get the names on the back of the workers, Fisk. So you know who they work for.
And I'd say for this section is really about showing that it's not just high intense action the whole time. Spider-Man can kind of manipulate the situation with his abilities, whether it's webbing guys up, using gadgets here like the web tripwire, which by the way, there's a lot of uses to that. just shows that one way. But you can also, the cool thing is attach it to enemies, and if they're close together, they'll slam into each other. Or like some people do, they'll stick them to the wall, kick someone up in the air, and then while they're in the air, they get slammed into the ground. So.
And then using his environment, as we just saw, using the crane, slamming it into the inner demons.
Environment action is a really big emphasis for us.
In the testing that you guys have just been doing internally and playing around with it, have you seen uses of the gadgets of the environment that you didn't even really think of?
Yeah, so I'll tell you a little, as we got ready for E3, we kind of we had tryouts to see who was going to demo the game, because we have a couple different areas we're playing the game, and people would play it, and then we would review the videos, and you had to make the cut list, right? And some guys and some people just made awesome videos, like, oh, you can do this. So it was really cool to see people inside the studio experiment and try different things. So we were really
and those of us
excited.
who aren't as good at the game
Talk about it.
Yeah, when we see these other people play it, we're like, man, how do you do it? Show me how you do that. That kind of thing.
It just goes to show you how improvisational Spider-Man's fighting style can be, and how you can be as Spider-Man.
And one thing we talk about, we
Here's the
want
Wilson
people
Fisk
who
on the phone
just pick up the game and play, feel powerful like Spider-Man, but want that extra level of stuff that you can do to really feel creative and really master the game.
So there's Wilson Fisk, a.k.a. the Kingpin. You may have enjoyed his exploits in Daredevil's Netflix Daredevil. In our story, he's been put away. And again, here's this force stepping in. And Spider-Man now must figure out what's going on, who these people are.
Yeah. And one thing is, we're showing, him saving just one guy, two guys in this demo. The actual mission has him actually exploring this entire area for more Fisk men he has to save. So it's actually a much bigger mission in the final version.
And we just saw a moment ago him using the girder to take them out. Again, Spider-Man's always using his environment.
And he would never let anybody fall to their doom, so he pulls them back.
That's right.
Yeah, that's an important part.
One of the lessons Bill Rosen has taught us.
You cannot knock anyone off the building.
Yep.
So they were careful to make him web the guy, pull him back on. Here's the Heavy.
So I think one thing about the Heavy, the bruiser that we call, I think it's a good thing is that people say, how are you going to make the game challenging? Because you're a superhero, you want to feel powerful, but we want enemies that challenge Spider-Man. The negative powers that he's imbued with allow us to have enemy classes that are really challenging you, force to mix up your strategy like he's doing here. And you're gonna see that throughout the entire game and see more different types of inner demons as you play the game.
Yeah, the inner demons, for those of you who know the comics, writer Dan Slott and many amazing artists have, put years of story behind these characters, who we're going to see shortly. Martin Lee, he's tied to Feast, which we can see on the show floor.
I want to talk about something because I know Bill's going to talk about it, but I want to sound smarter for him than one time. All right, so there is a reason why Pete says Martin Lee instead of Mr. Negative, because he knows that Martin Lee is Aunt May's boss, because Aunt May works at the Feast shelters that Martin Lee started.
That's right.
So, one thing we talked a lot about, actually, it was the first conversation we ever had with Bill, was the best Spider-Man stories are when Spider-Man's world and Peter's world collide. And Martin Lee's a great example of that, and which is one of the reasons why we love the idea of Mr. Negative, because the inner demons are awesome. They're great enemies to fight, but Martin Lee brings that human story, that Peter story that he can collide with Spider-Man. So it's something really, really important to us. How did I do?
You get an official no prize. Yeah, Mr. Negative is a villain that a lot of people don't know about, but really, our attitude at Marvel and Marvel Games now is we're going to use our games to help spotlight and elevate characters that you may have not seen before. So it will be a mix of characters that like the Kingpin, but we want to take someone like Mr. Negative and really put the spotlight on him and show everyone why he is so cool. He's a villain that's only been in he's been invented about 6 years ago, so he's only been in a handful of comics really in the history of Marvel. But this game is really going to put the spotlight on him, and he's going to become one of your favorite villains.
And I think we've only really scratched the surface of his story that we're saying in here. There's some subtle hints here and there, but his story's pretty complex when we dig into it.
Speaking of complex, this sequence, we missed some of, my favorite. I think the first time I saw
the crane?
I was like, what is even happening? When you're going on the crane and all those things, it's mind-blowing. What was that sequence like?
Well, we have an amazing animation team, and one of the things that we do a lot at Insomniac is iterate. We try out ideas, we see what works, and that is through the collaboration of a lot of people, a lot of ideas. That's what comes out of that. Another example of that is we don't have the audio on, but there's a lot of dialogue, a lot of stuff that Spider-Man is saying in here. And we actually wrote like over 400 lines, for this mission. We're actually only using about 40 of them, But that's another example of, you got to iterate to make sure you get the voice right, make sure, you're getting the tone right. Spider-Man is a guy who, he likes to have fun, but he's also in precarious situations. So, it's a fine line to try to get that right.
Hey, Ryan, I think they're flashing saying go to Q&A.
Oh, but look, Spider-Man's butt. We've got so much more butt. Let's let this play behind us. We'll keep going with that. Q&A, we've got some stuff coming in from the Facebooks. We've got Matthew Theroff asked a question about sort of the openness of this game, the cityscape, and I think we've seen some of like Spider-Man traversing the terrain, going completely vertical. What does the city look like for Spidey?
Yeah, some people, if I was watching the reactions like at 3 o'clock in the morning last night because I want to see what everybody thought, and when I heard some like, oh, is that a linear experience? It's like, no, our world is very open to explore, and it's, it wouldn't feel like a Spider-Man game if we didn't have a massive Manhattan for you to swing through. So you're definitely going to be able to swing around this section of the city and more with all the freedom you want.
Yeah. There's a question in here from a Garrett Merciel. Wants to see, there's a question from Angelina Montanari, asks, what other characters will we see from Spider-Man's world? And I think even in this sequence, we see Spidey is swinging through, he's saving everyone's lives. He's also taking a phone call.
Yeah.
He's taking a phone call with a Captain...
That's Captain Yuri Watanabe, another character who is fairly new to the Spider-Man mythos, and she is his contact on the police force. Yep. And again, we wanted to do that mission, that mix of longtime familiar faces, and also introduce some new characters to you that Spider-Man interacts with.
The cast is really big. All right, I mean, we're not these are the characters we're talking about today, but you'll see. I mean, I remember Bill and I were doing a presentation a couple weeks ago, and we were walking our way through a story, and I came back to talk to John, and I was like, John, this is a really big game. It's a really big story, and this really just scratching the surface. And I think, as Bill said, it's a healthy collection of like characters you really love and know, and ones that we're introducing you to. Like,
and here's our stinger.
Almost on cue.
Wow.
Speaking of characters that you know, who's that? Miles. Miles Morales, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Also in the game. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's such a great last moment of that video. Last question we're going to pull in is from Sofian Rahim asking, what are the swinging options like? What is the traversal through using his webs and that throughout the city? Is there boosting? Like, you see some of that as you're going through. What's that?
So a couple things. So we knew that nailing the swinging was integral to making a Spider-Man game. It had, and that's the fantasy, right? That's one of the largest parts of the fantasy. So, we wanted to do it justice, and obviously it's physics-based. Webs do attach to the buildings. That's a big question that everybody asks. But at the same time, we wanted to expand his moveset, and you saw some of that. Remember, we're talking about a Peter Parker who's 23 years old. He's been doing it for 8 years. And for our game, we want to keep up that momentum, that fluidity, and make sure there's no obstacle that he can't overcome. So you saw some of the parkour elements that we've added. And while we showed that in an interior section, that same system applies to if he's on a rooftop, if he's on the ground, he can leap, jump, and just keep on going. We really want to push that sense that he's mastered that ability to.
And there is player skill involved in that as well. Like in this playthrough, you saw that the player kept up with the helicopter, but you need some skill in order to do that, and you can lose the helicopter if you're not good.
Yeah, as we're doing the demos for E3, I'm working with our producer Scott, and he's been playing the game, and every single time I'm like, oh, please don't fail, please don't fail. I mean, you have to keep up with that helicopter, and there's different ways to keep up with it and manipulate the environment to catch up to it.
Very nice. All right, so we want to, where we can find you guys on social media. I think we have a little slide here. You can bug us, ask all the questions you want, all the requests, send them directly to Brian and Bill. They're already getting them, guys. They're getting
Follow
so
us,
many.
Like us, send us questions. I want to say one last thing. This, as you can tell, this game is made by fans for the fans. So we are with you. We love Spider-Man just as much as you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming with us on this journey. The best is yet to come. Thwip.
I love Bill Roseman so much. He is the best. These guys are wonderful. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, John. Thank you, E3 Coliseum. Enjoy your next panel.
That was behind the scenes of Spider-Man, and coming up right now, Project Scorpio, the most powerful place to create and play, hosted by Xbox Live's own Major Nelson. And that'll be followed by Jack Black on stage with Tim Schafer shortly after 6 o'clock. And now it's time to learn more about Project Scorpio, also known as the Xbox One X. To tell us more, please welcome your host, Xbox Live's own Major Nelson.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jeff Keighley. It's so great to see everybody here. As Jeff said, my name is Larry here of Xbox Live's Major Nelson. I've been on the Xbox team since about 2003. Really excited to sit here with you guys today and on Facebook, at home, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us. We've got a really interesting panel for you today. We're going to be joined by some folks from the Xbox team, as well as some of our first-party developers, to talk about what it is like developing on what was Project Scorpio, but what we now know as Xbox One X. So really excited about that. So we're going to kick things off right away by bringing on a good friend of mine who has been on the Xbox team. I know you'll find this hard to believe because everyone thinks I've been with Xbox forever. He's been on longer than I have. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Albert Pinello, Senior Director of Xbox. Albert, come on out. Have a seat, Albert.
Isn't
this fancy?
This is totally normal.
Yeah, this is totally normal. We got a whole crowd.
This is actually how Larry and I have meetings at work.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just anyway. We're excited. There she is.
That's my baby.
That's the one. So now, as I said earlier, Albert's been around Xbox longer than I have. Albert, you were involved in the original Xbox. Let's talk about that.
I started in October of 2000.
Okay.
So I started a year before we launched the first one.
Not right after you graduated
the first
high school.
Xbox
After
one.
you graduated high school?
That's right, right out of high school.
Do the math. You used to work in Electronic Arts beforehand.
That's right. Every paying job I've ever had has been in the video game business. I was a store manager back in the day, and then I was in marketing at EA for many years, and then came to Xbox.
And came to Xbox, worked on.
So if you're out there, if you work at retail, it can happen. You too, you can make it. You can do it.
It's really been an amazing journey that you've been on, and I've been along for a little bit while with you. You know, we've had now 3 generations of Xbox. We have, you know, the original Xbox, the Xbox 360, which is so near and dear to my heart. Now we have the Xbox One family, which now has been increased by 1 with the Xbox One
Got a plus
X.
one.
How do you feel about that?
Well, look, you know, we've been working on this for a long time, and I think the thing about it is that I'm just, like, nervous and excited to talk about it because I haven't been able to say very much for so long. I still call it Project Scorpio, even though, like, I make these mistakes all the time. I'm just been so excited to just talk to people about it and finally talk about all the hard work we put in and how much thought and care we put into building this for the fans and for developers, and the great reception that we've had at E3 I think has been awesome, and I can't wait for people to get their hands on it when it comes out this year.
Now, anybody that follows you on Twitter, you're at Albert Pinello. Last year, after we announced Project Scorpio on stage at E3 just about a year ago, which was then known as Project Scorpio, you quietly updated your social media, like your icons, to the original Xbox branding.
With our original logo.
With the original logo
saying.
And the original saying, which I'll let you deliver.
There is no power greater than X.
As part of the original Xbox team, what did that slogan mean then, and what does it mean now?
It's funny to think about the parallels of the original Xbox to Xbox One X, because if you kind of rewind, who has had an original Xbox?
Oh, look at that!
Oh, I love you guys so much. Thank you. It was about bringing PC gaming to the living room, right? It was originally the Direct Xbox. That's where the name came from, and it was a PC in a console, and it was at that time about all these Western developers, and everything was happening on the PC. A lot of energy on the PC, and we wanted to bring that kind of technology in the living room.
Yep.
And there's a lot of that same DNA in Xbox One X about bringing high-end 4K graphics, and there's just these amazing assets and textures and resolution that's available on the PC, and we wanted that goodness back in the home, so we thought it was very fitting that the product shared some DNA, and that the names share some DNA together as well.
Now, new console launches are exciting. I've done 3 now. You've done 4. They tend to be disruptive. We look at them at Gen 6, Gen 5, Gen 7, Gen 8. How is the jump to Xbox One X different?
It's funny because I talk about working in retail, and I actually was working in retail when, and this is really going to date myself, when the 8-bit Nintendo and Genesis and Super NES were coming out.
Right.
And a lot of my thinking has been influenced by that time, watching parents and families come in and wrestle with, like, their investment in the their old stuff and how hard it was to like lose that investment to move. And when we thought about what we were going to do with Project Scorpio and introducing a mid-generation console, the team really took to heart like we have to do this right. If we're going to go ahead and introduce a new level of performance in a console generation, there's just things we have to get right. We have to get the compatibility right. We can't make people feel dumb or make it difficult or make people who bought an Xbox One feel like they bought the wrong thing.
Right.
And so much of the time and effort and energy we put into developing it was really influenced in making it part of the family. And even as you guys have probably heard me say, even where the ports are on the back of the box, and the fact that we share the same power cord as an Xbox One S, and all the ports are in exactly the same place so that I can set my Xbox One X and just reach behind and plug it in and upgrade. It was just really, we really wanted to do this right. From game compatibility, making your old games better, and it's just been something that was with us from the beginning. And I really love the reception that we've gotten to what we're doing today.
We're going to bring out a couple of developers in a minute, but I want to know if you would share with me, and I don't think we've ever told this story publicly before.
Okay.
About because you've been involved with all the Xbox.
Larry and I have a lot of stories. So.
You've been involved with a lot of the Xbox, obviously all the Xbox, branding and so forth. But you were involved specifically with Xbox One, the controller S.
Oh,
Let's talk about that. So does anybody remember the controller S, which was the smaller version for the original Xbox? That's right.
Not Duke.
Not Duke. Not Duke, right. So let's talk about...
The code name, by the way, of that was Akibono.
Akibono was a controller S.
Does anybody know who Akibono is?
No.
He is at the time was the Japanese sumo champion. So he was like the largest sumo in the world. And he was Hawaiian.
Okay.
And so we thought it was fitting that an American sumo champion would go from a big controller to a small controller.
But I want to talk about, because that we marketed that, or your team marketed this as the Xbox controller S.
Xbox controller S.
S.
That's right.
Okay.
That was the very first time we used it.
So that was that concept of bringing this single letter forward is a thread that goes through a lot of things here, right?
There's a lot of it is fun because there's a lot of history. A lot of people have been on the team for a long time, and so we have to keep ourselves entertained. And so it's nice to have a history that the S that started the Xbox controller S,
right?
Then years later became the Xbox 360 S,
right?
When we did the redesign, and then
hello. Somebody just booted.
Man, someone is awesome who's doing this. And then we did the Xbox One S.
Right.
And so, yes, that name has had a little bit of, and it started with a drive to work one day where
This is a fascinating story. Listen to this.
So people think, man, they're Microsoft. There's got to be thousands of people and all these people that are thinking hard doing testing on names.
And there are.
And there are today. Back then, I was just driving to work, and I needed to come up with a name for this thing, and like an Acura Type S was right in front of me. I was like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Like, it's like sporty, and maybe it means smaller, and maybe it means second, but I just needed to get it done that day.
Right.
So it was controller S. Now the engineering team, they hated it so much.
Yeah.
They posted sticky notes around my wall saying "Marketing Guy S" was all over my wall.
Laugh now.
So yeah, that's right.
Anyway, so yeah, it's you've had an amazing career with Xbox, and we really appreciate everything you've done. It's been a lot of fun.
I love you too, Larry.
I feel like you're retiring, but you're not.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm out.
But I want to get moving along because we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. But I want to bring on Mike Rayner, who's the technical director for the coalition. Mike, come on out here. Now, for those of you that don't know. Of course, the Coalition is the amazing studio behind the Gears of War franchise now. So, Mike, thanks for joining us. Now, you're the technical director. Tell me a little bit about your past, because you also have quite a checkered past.
Yes, I've been making...
Bring it in a little bit closer to your mouth.
I've been making games for over 24 years now, so I've been through a number of console launches, all the Xbox launches. Previous to the Gears franchise, I worked at Electronic Arts. Was involved in similar to Albert, similar time frame back in in the late 90s, and I was involved in the PlayStation 2 launch.
Yep.
I was a lead rendering programmer on a launch title called SSX.
How many remember SSX?
And yeah.
You've used Mike's work.
Yeah. So and involved in engine development. Worked on the Frostbite engine at Electronic Arts, and of course now I work on Gears of War at the Coalition.
We announced yesterday that that Gears of War 4 will be released on Xbox One X as an enhanced title for free for existing owners. What does that mean, and when did you start working on the Xbox One X version?
Well, really, we've been working towards it throughout Gears of War 4's development. Sure. We built the game for Windows 10 for PC and Xbox One, and we knew that Xbox One X was coming. And so we put a lot of effort into ensuring our engine was as performant as possible, and it could scale across different performance profiles, all the way from sort of high-end PCs, different GPU memory specs, and of course, when Xbox One X came along, we were able to take advantage of that work. And now we have Gears of War 4 running on Xbox One X. We've been showing it here at E3. It's running in 4K resolution with high dynamic range and wide color gamut. And with,
all the bells and whistles.
All the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to point out that you started working on this quite some time ago, didn't you? The Xbox One X version.
Yes, I mean we a lot of the engine work and the development we did really sort of enabled it so that when the Xbox One X was available to us, we were able to get it up and running, really quickly.
It's interesting because you started out your game development background with Grey Matter, which is a PC developer.
That's right.
Now, that was back in the 90s. Now, here we are, fast forward, it feels like things are going full circle because you went over to console, and now it feels like you're going, PC is... what does that feel like?
Well, if you look at the Xbox One S and the Xbox One X with its different performance profiles, and you look at PC development, I kind of think of PC development as really the ultimate platform in terms of having to support and develop for different, high-end GPUs, different
Sure.
CPUs, and now console developers, as they're building their games, with a common set of tools, common APIs, same pipelines, but making them scalable so they can take advantage of the different performance profiles like on Xbox One X. I would say it is kind of come full circle from that standpoint. However, one difference that I think is still there for console development is at the end of the day, this is an embedded hardware. We know exactly how it works, and we can push the performance even farther than you could with perhaps an equivalent spec PC because we can optimize to the metal that much more. And console developers have always been doing that, and we've certainly been really impressed with how much we're able to do with this box with Gears.
I'm here with Mike Rayner, who's the technical director of the Coalition, as well as Albert Pinello, part of the Xbox DNA now. Where if you're watching this on Facebook, we're going to be taking your questions, so be sure to post them there. Mike, I want to talk about what it means to develop on the console. We've heard stories now that the stories are starting to come out about, hey, we got our Xbox One X development kits up, and we're able to get a version of our game up and running in a day or 2 days or an hour. Let's be clear, that's because of the power that we put into the entire production pipeline, right? Can you explain that?
Sure. I mean, from a console development standpoint, so I sort of like think back to previous console launches. Typically you'll get early hardware and you'll get an SDK and you'll spend
software development kit.
Software development kit,
Yep.
and you'll spend a couple of days just getting something basic like a triangle up on the
Yeah.
screen.
Hello, world.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe a couple of weeks to port your engine to the new graphics API, change your pipeline to support all the graphics formats, and at that point, your game will be up and running, but it's not going to be performant, and you're usually going to spend months and months to really tap and
tweak.
tweak and get the performance out of the box, usually right up to launch.
Right.
A lot of times, you'll see the spec of the console you're going to get, and then once you get the hardware, it may not perform exactly the way you expect. You might have to lower your expectations, or you have to just really optimize so much more to get it. So going back to Xbox One X, for us, when we got our hardware, we had our game up and running on it the same day.
Yeah.
The same engine code is running, the same pipelines, the same tooling.
We see it just behind us. We see this is a wall of Xbox One X development kits.
That's right.
So that's what you see here. This is what kind of looks like when you're testing games, right? You're stress testing things.
Yeah, and the dev kit gives us a lot of advantages. It has some, for both fast iteration as well as being able to kind of automate a lot of our testing.
Albert, there they all are. There's the family. That's the development family, right?
That's right.
The
That's all of
Xbox
them.
One. Those are the days. Sidecar. I remember that one, the one at the top. Right.
And so for us, we're able to get things up and running really quickly. And what we found is, once we had it up and running, certainly everything worked. Multiplayer worked right out of the box. But the first thing we did was bump it up to 4K resolution, and we found that we had it was running with more performance headroom on Xbox One X than it does at 1080p on Xbox One S.
Wow.
So we're able to use that additional horsepower to add additional graphical features to the game. We've enhanced our dynamic shadowing system, screen space shadows, improved the reflections.
Oh, I can see it right here.
There you can see, yeah. And the game, glossy reflections, and of course, high-res texture assets. We're able to show all of our assets in the source resolution that the artist created the art in. So now we're able to kind of show it the way they've intended with the boosted visual quality.
But I want to point out, from a development perspective, it's not like you go in. It's not like, okay, file, export, Xbox One X, right? It's not like that. There's work that has to be done.
Well, yeah, there is work, but what's really sort of a really different experience with this console launch is we had to modify maybe a few lines of code, and we're up and running with the same code that's running on Xbox One S.
Right.
On Xbox One X. So that is really. I mean, it's really kind of unprecedented when you're dealing with a new console launch to have that kind of experience.
And that's what, Albert, you were talking a little bit about earlier, about making it easier for customers where your content goes with you. So the games, obviously, that work on Xbox One S, obviously work on Xbox One X, but some of the developers are going to be able to unlock some additional potential, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's the time that these guys get to spend on the enhancements is not time they're spending fighting with the tech. And so the result is more time, better games, more chance to fine-tune, less time trying to get triangles up and running.
Yeah, and we've been able to add other features beyond just the graphics enhancements. We're now supporting Dolby Atmos for enhanced spatial audio, which which is on Xbox One X as well as Xbox One S.
Yeah.
And that's if you have a Dolby kind of home theater setup, of course it's super awesome.
Yeah.
But that also works with headphones. There's a new support for Dolby Atmos for headphones, which basically models the way audio moves in to your ears, the speed of sound and the transfer of sound around your head. And through that, we can actually get an enhanced 3D audio with headsets, which is pretty cool.
We have this image behind us, which is all about the Gears Pro circuit, which is the esports coming up. And I want to, it's got like a $1.25 million prize pool, according to this paper. What impact do you think that Xbox One X will have on the pro sports and the esports scene?
Well, esports gaming, especially competitive multiplayer, a shooter like Gears, frame rate is king. So it's 60 frames per second. 1080p is Gears of War on Xbox One S, and on Xbox One X we're 4K at 60 frames per second, uncompromising on our frame rate. But with the additional fidelity that players will see at 4K, I think what we're going to see is a new era of 4K spectating and 4K streaming that I'm certainly excited to see in our future with Gears.
Well, certainly we've talked a lot about Gears and what you guys will be doing. That'll be a free update coming later this year. But what we showed at the briefing was the Forza Motorsport 7 trailer. So I'd like to bring out right now Chris Tector, who is the studio software architect for Turn 10. Oh, Chris. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You guys have had a good
Doing
week.
Yeah, it's going well. Yeah, there's a lot of work to get here, but
Now I wanted, Chris, you're the studio software architect, so I imagine that implies that you're responsible for making sure that all your developers start using all the new hotness with Xbox One X and so forth. Or
Yeah.
wrong, or am I wrong?
no, that's what it is.
That's
It's
part of
really, we have to look far enough ahead in the future to know what changes are going to come, and then try to steer everybody so that we're heading in the right direction. It's a big job to line up with what hardware changes are coming, what platforms changes are going to come in the OS and other bits of software that we use,
Yeah.
and how we're going to really maximize that to exploit it for each game that we do. And now that Forza is between both Motorsport and Horizon, it's an annual title. It's really this interesting path that we weave between the two titles and trying to keep up with the changes.
I also want to point out you've been with the Forza team since you started.
Yeah, since Forza 1.
Yeah, Forza 1. And
came out on the prototype.
You and I were talking backstage, and Albert, you probably remember this. I remember when we all got together in the cafeteria and we announced we were doing Forza as a franchise. We're going into the racing business because there was a lot of players in that space, and you guys have there was a race there, but you have pulled so far ahead now with all the extraordinary work you've done there. It's incredible. And then look at that, right? That beautiful GT2 RS Porsche
Yeah.
coming to Forza Motorsport 7. That's also an exciting element, right?
Yeah, that was a big moment for us. I mean, the relationship we've had to build with all the manufacturers has been a long time coming, but we've really done a lot of work to build that level of trust and let us pull off something like that.
Now, a year ago, we had this Project Scorpio video that went out. Can we talk about that? Now, Albert, you were involved with that. I was involved, but I got cut. I got cut for some reason.
I did not get cut.
But you had one. You had one of the interest. You had a quote that a lot of people remember, especially on Reddit. Do you remember what that quote was?
Yeah.
What was that quote?
These are the highest quality pixels that anybody has ever seen. Thank you.
I have to apologize to Chris every time because I was in charge of editing that video.
Yeah.
And this guy weaved the most beautiful, heartfelt story. And we're just looking at it going, man, this is awesome. And we knew what he meant. And so in the end, we cut this moment when he talks about it and then realized nobody else had any context for any of the other
It was just
things
this
that he
random
said.
statement.
And then, I got two of the smartest guys in the world about graphics, and I just made this guy, people go, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Highest quality pixels. He knows what he's talking about, believe me.
Well, so you know what? Now you can tell your story. What does that mean?
Really? Do I get to? This is awesome. All right. So the whole point, the story, because we were getting to wax philosophical because we're gamers at heart, and we had to talk about how excited we were about this hardware. The story is that most people have seen 4K, and they've seen it in theaters. They've seen it if they can see it at home when they watch a film. But those they're like 24 frames a second. They're 30 frames a second, and they've been compressed. Even in a theater, those movies have been compressed. And so if you're seeing games, just in general 4K games, those 4K games, they've never been compressed. That was the uncompressed part of it. And they're running at like 60 frames a second. So you're seeing the best images you've ever seen at 4K. And what Scorpio's been able to do is bring that to people in their homes on a console instead of having to invest in a huge PC in order to actually experience that really just, it's such a raw and powerful experience when you get to play a 4K game. So.
What's a T-flop?
What's a teraflop?
I don't know. We got 6 of them.
We use
you know
all
the
of
story.
them.
Chris, I want to talk about bringing up the Forza on Xbox One X. We talked a little bit earlier about Gears and how
Sure.
the team brought that. Can you tell us about the journey your team went on?
Yeah, a lot of that started back. We knew that we were going to head into PC development a few years back. And we knew that we wanted to help shape what was going to be the new way of being able to program graphics on PCs to make it more like console development. This was a movement that's happening, across a lot of developers and within Microsoft, the development of Direct 3D. It's the graphics API we use. And so we came and we helped, prototype that with Direct 3D 12 at the Game Developers Conference back in 2014. And that was our first step heading towards there. And then we really put everything into it because we wanted to bring a title out and see what it was like to scale the Forza engine across everything that you can get on PCs. And so we brought out Forza Apex, and all of this started happening more rapidly. And Apex we wanted to give away for free because we wanted as many people to play it as we could get. That way we could really tell how well we were doing at that scaling.
Right.
And then we actually shipped a product, a PC and console product with Forza Horizon 3. And so this is really the culmination. We've done a lot of work, and Forza 7 is the title that we've built from the ground up for 4K, and we've really engineered it. We've authored all the assets to be at that level of quality.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I mean, here we see this. This was released. This we saw back in when the Digital Foundry article came out, correct?
Yes, that's the shot, the first shot that we shared with everybody.
And this is, I mean, it's stunning. And then we have another shot as well, right? Yeah, here's the one that was released yesterday. So you can see it's just gets even better and better. I mean, look at the rain. It's stunning.
Yeah, and you have to play it. I mean, it's intense, and you just. I know I've gotten to play it a lot, and I still get hit by how powerful that is.
Yeah.
The tension of driving in the rain. It's like when a thunderstorm hits and you're driving down the road and you just, you tense up inside. You just feel it playing this. It's really visceral. So it's been a big shift for us.
What is the, I want to talk about, you both have had the opportunity to develop games on the Xbox One X platform, and Albert and I don't, that's not what we do. But what are some of the myths out there from people who haven't had exposure to the platform, from developers? Could you each speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is that people think that if the platforms are so similar, that it means as developers, we're just going to write one game, and that's going to be it, and it's going to run great on Xbox One S, and then we won't have really pushed it on Xbox One X. But like Mike said earlier, with a console, we know what that hardware is,
right?
And so we can push it as far as we can. And as longtime console developers, we know what we get when we push things to that limit. And so we'll get all of our testers, all of our artists in the studio working in order to push things to that limit and bring that experience to our players. So. To me, I think that's the biggest myth, that we aren't going to push it hard enough on X, but we really are.
And you've pushed it quite hard. You still have a little bit of headroom left, like you said earlier.
Yeah, initially, I mean, that's what that screenshot earlier was showing, was when we first got up and running, and we were running with 4K assets, models and textures and everything, and actually rendering at 4K. But we still had that 30% headroom, and that really meant that we could spend a lot of time heading forward. And like Mike said, we had the same experience where we were already running at performance on the first day. That meant that we could really spend that time tuning and really pushing for quality rather than pushing for performance. We've had to do that on other console launches, and we know the difference. So
and a lot of it really is as a result of this, which is the Scorpio engine.
Yes.
Which, I mean, certainly there's a lot of things going on in there, but it's this, right, Albert? That's the...
So pretty.
That's it. This is what really does. This is a custom chip that allows, the developers like yourselves to really maximize performance and writing to the metal. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I would just say, the same thing as Chris. I mean, as I said, with a console, we can always optimize and push our games as far as we can, and we don't compromise in any way. We're all gamers, and we want to, push things. And the tooling we have with things like picks that we use for, analyzing, fine-tuning our game.
Right.
We tune it, so to get the most we can get out of this box, as well as the most we can get out of Xbox One S.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's an uncompromising approach when we build our games for these things.
Chris and Mike and Albert, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it up now because we had a little technical issue earlier. We're not going to be able to take Q&A from the audience. But, yeah, unfortunately, well, it's blame lights. And we wanted to turn the console on, but I don't think the house is going to be able to handle it, I'll tell you, with all that power. Anyway, so we're going to have to wrap it up now. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do. If you have any questions, you can always find Albert and I on Twitter. Right, Albert?
That's right.
That's right,
We'll
anyway.
answer.
I want to thank the gentlemen as well, Mike and Chris, for coming out here. I know you guys are working on your games, so I'll let you get back to that. Thank you very much, guys. Everybody watching at Facebook, thank you for your time, and everybody here in the audience in LA. Thank you. Xbox One X comes out November 7th. Thank you very much, everybody.
Coming up next, the one and only Jack Black in conversation with Tim Schafer. Stick around in just a few minutes. Day one of the E3 Coliseum concludes, and then tomorrow we've got another full day of programming starting at 10 a.m., going all the way through the day, including a special appearance by Hideo Kojima, and just added at the end of the day, director Neil Blomkamp, and a performance by Low Roar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of E3 Coliseum Day 1. And now, please welcome to the stage Jack Black and Tim Schafer.
Hello.
I don't know. I sit on the special couch.
Oh,
You
sorry.
sit on the regular couch?
This is all part of it.
Is there seating arranged? Have
yeah,
people
come
been
sit
sitting
right
in
here.
special places?
Mr. Black.
Does this look? The host sits over here. It's like The Price is Right, where I'm looking. Which chair? Which one?
Thank you for the help. Thank you for the help in seating. That's amazing.
Ding ding ding. This
Look at all
feels
these
right.
people. It's awesome. Welcome to E3.
The thing is, there's so much room here. We could have had like 5 more people on this thing.
Do you? Can I ask a quick question? This is the first year E3's been open to the public. How many people here work in the games industry? Anyone? Would make some noise. Okay. Who does not work in the games industry? Oh, real people. This is real people.
Was that a surprise for you?
That was exactly what I was hoping for.
You were expecting, though, 90% industry insiders.
Industry people to be like, yes, I'm from the games industry. Yes.
Yeah, so good. So now we know that there's a lot of non-industry, just lovers of games.
Yeah, people who love games. Like
Because
you.
I'm not even going to ask how many lovers of games. I know it's 100% lovers of games. What did you say? Oh, brutal legend.
Yeah. Not a fan. Too violent.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. I'm a father, and I just don't like that kind of video games lead to
You left
rock
that
and roll,
that part of yourself in the past.
violence. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Um,
So I don't know if you can tell, we were offered a professional interviewing services of Jeff Keighley, and we said we're gonna wing it. We're gonna do it. So you're welcome.
Is Keeley in the wings?
If we need him, I think we can pull a cord and
At
he'll
any
appear.
time we could pull
He'll
the
just-
Keeley ripcord and he'll come out and save us?
Yeah, he'll be like a hologram, like Tupac. So
what the hell is going on here? Who's interviewing who? First of all, who's interviewing who? I think I'm interviewing you. This is your home turf. This is E3.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask the first question.
What?
Yeah. Is this your first E3?
It's my first E3.
What did you? We just walked the floor. Yeah. It's their first E3 too, is what we're saying.
Yeah, it was tight out there.
We
It was
walked
tight.
the floor.
Yeah.
And you saw some stuff. What did you think of E3 so far?
I was, I definitely felt like I was on the bleeding edge of technologies. I saw some things that I didn't expect to see. Games. I saw games.
We didn't warn him about that. There's gonna be hella games and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, now you get to ask a question.
Am I turning red? I feel embarrassed. I feel a little hot. Well, listen, I prepared some questions, and I wrote them down on my phone.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Because I know it's cool to be off the cuff, but I just really wanted to penetrate deep into the soul of Tim Schafer.
Okay.
Oh man, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to start with that one. You want to hear a dumb question? I just wrote these down last night off the top of my head. The first one, oh man. Do you remember the first time you played a video game?
I think so. I think so.
Let me guess. Was it Pong?
No. It was this game called either Space Race or Race in Space. It's
Really?
really old. And it's like these two spaceships going up a screen. It's black and white. It was like the second video game.
Wait, so wait, is this like right after Space Invaders?
Right after Pong.
Oh, right after, before
Yeah, yeah,
Space
yeah.
Invaders.
Before Space Invaders.
That little space between Pong and Space Invaders, that's where Tim Schafer picked up
Still
the
black and
ball.
white. Yeah. And we had, before the Atari, we had an Odyssey.
Oh,
Odyssey
yeah.
1, Magnavox Odyssey 1, where the graphics were printed on plastic sheets that you had to stick with static electricity to the television screen. Television screens used to have static electricity. There's a lot to explain to
There's not.
the young kids. And you had the controllers were so heavy they sat on the floor, and you twirled little knobs on the side.
Yeah.
People think I'm making this all up. They're like, this never happened. But the Odyssey was great.
Was it you that said, I gotta have an Odyssey, or were your parents like into it too?
My dad was like somehow knew about the stuff, and
Yeah.
we went to the arcades together and played like Night Driver. Remember Night Driver?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was like
Of
three-dimensional
course.
graphics of the street coming at you and stuff.
Well, yeah, and you could pick up oil slick power, right? Didn't you have an oil slick? What was that?
that's like
Night
a-
Spy Rider.
Yeah, that's a Spy Hunter.
Yeah, way before that, Knight Rider.
Hey, Jack Black. Do you remember the first game you ever played?
It was Pong.
Oh.
And it was a friend of mine, don't remember the friend's name, in Culver City, and he lived around the block, and he had an awesome Black Sabbath t-shirt on. This was before I even knew who Black Sabbath was. And so
Full
he had
circle.
all the best things. He had Pong and Black Sabbath. He introduced me to two amazing things.
So you'd put on like Master Reality and then be like playing Pong.
And Pong was just such a mind blower. I was like, oh, this is, you know.
It was very exciting back then.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go to my next
That was a
mind
great
blower.
question.
It turned out
That
to
was
be a great
really
question.
Great question. Thank you.
What's your favorite? This is another winner of a question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Sorry.
Not that.
I'm not known for my interviewing skills.
You want to answer that one first?
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
Yeah. You know what you're.
I mean, it's boring, but you can't beat power of flight. If I could just levitate, that's levitation, Holmes.
Yeah.
Nothing's more impressive than me just levitating right now.
Yeah. And people
Or
often
bamf,
debate whether people
teleportation,
like
bamf. And you're in France.
Bamf, you're in France. People always say it's either flight or invisibility, and I don't want to say invisibility because that people say that means you're kind of a sneaky person,
Right.
or a liar, or
Oh,
a
yeah.
pervert.
Right. Well, for sure.
And I'm not going to say any of those things, but invisibility would be cool.
Yeah.
Like I could be up here and I could be just, you couldn't see me and you'd be talking to yourself.
It's an awesome one for shy people.
Oh, that's what it is. Shy people.
Yeah.
And flying, you could get hurt. Even, you could fly into a drone.
That's true.
You know?
I thought maybe you were going to say, like, psychic powers.
That would have been a great promotional opportunity.
Just because
Yeah.
my introduction to Tim Schafer was the incredible Psychonauts. Anyone play Psychonauts? Genius game.
That was professional interviewing right there.
It's a
That was good.
camp of kids with psychic powers. It's
yeah.
a summer camp, very exclusive, only kids with psychic powers allowed. But
Mhm.
this one kid sneaks into this camp.
He has psychic powers.
But he wasn't invited, right? He kind of snuck in, if I
stows away.
remember correctly.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
I love it.
Amazing.
Love it.
Raz was raised in the circus, and I keep grabbing the bottom of the microphone, and they flash. By the way, don't grab the bottom of the microphone.
Don't grab the bottom?
No,
All right.
don't.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Don't grab the
It's
bottom,
not my
people.
first microphone. I know you hold the tip. I mean,
You've ruined microphones for me forever. But people ask how we got. People often say, like, how did you get Mr. Black to be in Brutal Legend? And I, from what I was told, it was Psychonauts. You'd played Psychonauts.
oh yeah.
Do you remember?
Well, I remember who turned me on. It was Liam Lynch, my good friend and director of my movie. I don't know if you ever saw a little movie, Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
And Liam was always like my touchstone for like the great games. He always had the tip on the latest secrets, and he told me you gotta play Psychonauts. And then around at the same time, I heard you like being interviewed on a very fancy radio station. It was like NPR, National Public Radio. We're doing a special expose on a video game, Psychonauts.
For smart people.
It was for smart people. And I thought, okay,
No.
I'm getting it. The universe was telling me that I had to enjoy some Psychonauts, and it blew my mind. You know why? Because I'd played a lot of games. I consider myself a gamer. But when I stumbled upon Psychonauts, it was like, this is a little bit more creative. It's a little bit harder. It's a little bit smarter. It's like the New York Times crossword puzzle of video games. You know what I mean? It's just a little bit, it's a
Not like on a
finer
Friday.
wine. The vintage of the Double Fine Magic. And yeah, so I was in. And I don't know how you heard that. I mean, you approached me, right? Or did I approach you? Who approached who?
I think we approached you. And I don't know how we made contact. All I remember is showing up on the roof of the Four Seasons with my little binder full of concept art.
Yeah.
Because Brutal Legend was not even a game yet.
Yeah.
And we were designing this character that was like, well, we kept talking about, it's a Jack Black, kind of like Tenacious D, like character, kind of Jack Black and like a love child of Jack Black and Glenn Danzig a little bit.
Yeah.
Like not like a love child. But I was like, not like they had a baby, but like they just made out a little bit.
You had
sealed
some unbelievable artwork that you brought to the Four
I had, like,
Saisons.
I had a 3-ring binder, and I was flipping through. I was like, okay, and you're in this world, and this thing is like this guy an eyeball popping out of it, and it worked.
Well, the thing that I was impressed with Brutal Legend is that I was already deep into the heavy metal, my Black Sabbath roots we just talked about. So I between heavy metal music and Psychonauts, I was already in. It didn't really matter what happened at that meeting at the Four Saisons. But then you brought this artwork that was like mind-blowing, and it was all my favorite things. And the idea of like rock music not just being a badass thing to listen to, but like it had its own like power was very special to me.
Fight, anti-heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classico Domingo? Is that the same dude that yelled earlier? Classico? Are you talking about Tenacious D song Classico? Oh, there you are. He wants me to talk about Tenacious D.
Yeah, let's talk about Tenacious D.
Enough about Brutal Legend.
Yeah.
Enough. Now Classico. Talk about Classico. I'll tell you something about Classico. There's three. It says written by Tenacious D, right? Or did we give credit where it was due? Because Classico is, there's three composers that we stole from. We stole from Beethoven, Bach, and Mozart. And then we just like rocked it really hard, but it's obviously just a ripoff. But here's the thing we learned about music. If it's old enough, you don't have to pay no one. We get all that sweet corn. And if you're gonna steal from the best.
Yeah.
What do they say? They say the great ones borrow, but the geniuses steal. Something like that. That's not the quote. Something like that.
Now the Beethoven estate is going to come after you.
But funny thing about Brutal Legend.
Oh, way to bring it back.
We did Brutal Legend. Sorry, back to Brutal Legend. And we did that game, and we were thinking, how should we promote this game? And me and Kyle of Tenacious D thought, what would be great is if we wrote a song. Brutal Legend is about a roadie. He's like the guy who's working for the band behind the scenes, and he's not famous. He's in the wings, but he's the real badass of the, it was like a glorification of this mythical figure. And so we loved our roadie because we'd been on the road for many years before. And we thought, I'm going to make a song for Joe Beebe, our roadie.
Can you name the roadie?
What if I couldn't remember his name just then? That would have been a guy that worked for us.
We wouldn't know the difference. We would assume Joe Beebe's his name.
But Joe Beebe, we thought he deserved a song, and it's like this is going to happen. So we wrote this song about Joe called Roadie, and it was going to be coincided with the release of the game. And we thought, what we need to do, it was a very involved promotional plan. What we need to do is me get dressed as the character that looks like me but way more muscly. And so we paid for a special muscle suit to be built for me. And it was expensive. It cost a few coins. And then I was going to be the roadie, but I wanted to go to a legit heavy metal show and roadie for them, mix in with the other roadies before. And we're like, who's playing in the next, 4 to 5 days? Because it was so last minute. The game's gonna drop on Sunday. We need to figure out who's gonna. And Motorhead was playing here at this venue.
Not here on the stage.
Was it not this venue?
Well, maybe.
Oh no, you're not this one.
Let's stick to that. I'm sorry, I messed that up.
No.
Here. Where you were all sitting, they were out there.
But right around the corner from here. It was at, what's that? Microsoft Theater. Oh, it used to be Nokia. But Nokia. Poor Nokia. So we go over, we call we have our manager call Motorhead's manager and say, we got this song called Roadie. Could we come out and play it before he goes on? And they were like, sure, yeah, we're gonna put you in the paper. It's gonna say Tenacious D is opening for Motorhead. And we were
Wait,
like,
what?
yes.
Did you? Okay. Okay. You did a little mini concert before the Motorhead concert?
Just the one song. So the thing was, I came out there and I was roadieing pretending to roadie. I don't really know what to. I was like pointing at things, going, plug in the flange, and I was just in character.
But can I back up? Are you friends with the late great Lemmy Kilmister?
Did
you know him?
I did not know him before that night. I went backstage before we went on, and I said, Lemmy, I just have to say I'm a huge fan. Ace of Spades, forever. You're the king. Thank you so much for letting us come out and play this song before you guys go on. And he was like,
he's like, you're doing what?
That's cool. Who are you again?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, we're Tenacious D. We're just a band, and your manager said it was cool if we opened for you. Come again? Who said what? I'm in charge here. Tell me again what's happening. And there was a little kerfuffle, and for a second, we were not going to perform before. I was like, what did I do? I shouldn't have come in here. And he said, and he let it go. And
because when I saw you doing that, I was like, Lemmy doesn't seem like he's prone to hijinks or shenanigans.
No,
or
he's
goofing around.
He took his metal very seriously. Yeah. He's genius and also dead serious about rocking.
Yeah.
But we got out of there by the hair of our chinny chinchilla, and launched the game in a very fun and peculiar way.
And you know what's funny about that whole story? I didn't know anything about any of that.
Yeah, I didn't tell you.
No one.
I
didn't know that was happening. And I heard the song. I was like, they're doing a song about a roadie. We should have had that in the game. We should have put that in the game. That would have been a great song.
The manager never told Lemmy that he had a new opening act. So Lemmy was understandably pissed off. He was like, what the fuck? No one runs anything by me anymore. And then we were like, I don't know if we should go on. And the manager said, it's okay. Just go on. He's not paying attention right now. And I was like, all right. I said, and then we were about to go on, and I was like to Kyle, what if he gets furious and comes out and like kicks the shit out of me? And Kyle's like, it would be awesome. Great promotion for the game. No such thing as bad publicity. I said, you know what? You're kind of right. It would be one of the greatest things ever if Lemmy came out and like
and a great story.
Blasted me.
How did you get that scar?
Mid-song.
Oh, Lemmy's bass. You just hit me on the face with it.
I kind of wish he would have done, but anyway.
Super nice guy. He was a great guy. Is he?
Hold on, I'm like that bar mitzvah boy.
He did a voice in the game too, We recorded Lemmy Kilmister. He played the bass. It was awesome. I got to go to his apartment afterwards and hang out.
Did you?
Yeah. He was super friendly. Super friendly. He was like, do you ever want to open for us? We'll let anybody do it.
It's great.
I did. Classico.
Can you tell us anything about Raz's new adventure in Psychonauts 2? Did you know there's a Psychonauts 2 coming around the corner?
Yeah. Yeah, we are working on it. Yeah.
You can't tell me nothing?
No. We Raz, it's really right after the first game.
Yeah.
And we did that VR game that tells us a mission in between. And then Raz is a story about a psychic and an acrobat who can jump into people's minds. So every level in the game is set inside someone else's head, and it's all about their weird mental problems and fantasies and stuff like that. And you get to fight their demons. And the first game was set in a psychic summer camp. And the second game is set at Psychonauts headquarters. So you're going to actually go meet the Psychonauts in their natural environment and go on actual missions with them and find out that there's some secrets going on there, international intrigue.
Are you going to do an NPR exclusive interview at some point?
Mm-hmm. That's how we rope in the top talent.
When can we expect this to drop?
We'll talk more about that later.
Oh, yeah.
We're not showing it this year. We haven't shown that much. We did just do a backer update, and we showed the new Raz. He's got new clothes and everything, and he looks awesome, and he's all modern.
Oh, man.
Looking up to date.
I can't wait.
And should I remind you that you said...
That I said I would be in it?
Yeah, you said
I'm waiting by the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. When do I come in to record?
I got some parts in mind. I got to write dialogue for it. Stuff.
You say jump, I say hi. But
That's good to know.
Yeah. It's you and whoever those dudes are at Rockstar. Those are my two favorites that I like. Look forward to the next title dropping. That's how it feels.
What are you playing right now? Can I ask you that question?
I don't even have
to look at my phone to do
I've
that.
been playing some Titanfall 2.
Oh, yeah. That is a good game.
I really love the one player mode. What's that?
One player mode.
It's not called one player mode.
No, it's called one player mode.
Story mode.
If you really could. From now on, it's called one player mode. We're going to start a thing with this crew here. That's a good game.
I had some other questions I want to ask you about.
What are you playing, Tim?
What
I'm
are you
playing a lot of
playing,
Zelda.
On the Nintendo Switch?
On Nintendo Switch. I was trying to sell your kid on it earlier. He goes, I already have that. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But it's like the game that I started playing it. Like, I'm going to get through this game. And then I'm like, no, I'm never going to stop playing this game. I'm just going to, like, live in this game now. I'm just like, I just wander around that world now. And I know that Zelda's in the castle and she needs my help and stuff. But I'm like, I got to find all these Korok seeds. Like, got to find every single one of them. Thank you. Yeah.
It's satisfying, right?
There's like 900 of them or something.
You want to scratch? Well, that's the key to a
Has
good
anyone
game.
out there actually 100%ed Zelda already and found like all 10,000 Korok seeds? Is that even possible? It's a good game. Yeah. One guy. Really, right there? Really? Do you have your Switch on you right now in the bag? Are you carrying your Switch with you right now? Oh, that's convenient. It's portable, you know. It's portable. I totally believe you. He's like, stop looking at me right now. I believe you.
I wanted to ask you, when did you first realize that you wanted to create games?
That's a great question. Thank you.
Sometimes these dumb questions lead to really awesome answers, though.
That's not a dumb question. We had the Odyssey, and then we had the Atari, and then I got the Atari computer with the little microwave keyboard. You ever seen that?
The
Atari 400.
The
800.
Commodore?
Commodore is
Sorry.
It's far inferior to the Atari that you're...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the Atari computer called again?
Well, there was Atari 400, Atari 800.
Right.
People of my old people in the games
there.
industry, like when we all started, we had either had an
2600.
Atari, or we had a Commodore, or we
Right.
had like an Apple. And those, if you like find a bunch of people who've been in the games industry a long time, you can ask them like which kind you were, and it will like divide the group into thirds.
Imagine.
To this day, they'll be like, "Well,
imagine
you know,
if
the
you-
Apple was better," and they're what? But the Atari was the best one. So.
I had the ColecoVision Atom, which was like an amazing computer, kind of.
Did you ever try and program on it?
No, God, no.
Did you play games on it?
I did.
What? Do you remember any of the games?
Yeah, they had a pretty good Dragon's Lair.
Really?
It's pretty
Wait,
good.
The Dragon's Lair, like with
The
the
Dragon's
Lair.
Lair, but it didn't have like the cut footage. It was like a.
No. It was a text-based one.
No, it was just a sort of a pixelated version of the original.
That's awesome.
Here's a good question. What is funny?
Did you write that down? What
I
is
did.
funny?
Well, I just think you're funny, and I think your writing is funny and clever. And I thought, look,
You're
what,
the professional
what do you
comedian.
think is funny?
I am just I type in the stuff into the games. Obviously, that's not funny.
What makes you laugh? What makes you laugh? What makes you laugh hard?
Yeah, Jack Black's pretty funny.
If I was Barbara Walters, he'd be bursting into tears by now. I haven't even gotten there. I haven't even scratched the surface yet.
That's a really hard question. What do you think is funny?
What do I think is
Yeah,
funny?
yeah.
Blowhards. You know, people who think they know the answer and are super confident or 1,000% positive of something, and then they're just ass backwards wrong.
Yeah.
That's always pretty damn funny.
Oh man. Yeah. That's an average workday for me.
That's
not anything wrong with not talking about my friends back home at Double Fine, of course.
But
other people.
Do you ever think? I mean, it's a writer that you are.
That was kind of a Yoda question.
Do you ever think about busting out a novel or going into like a different writerly venue?
Barbara, I think I do like writing, and I thought I would write that kind of stuff when I was growing. I love like Kurt Vonnegut, like reading books and short stories. And
What's your favorite Vonnegut?
I mean, the first one I read was Breakfast of Champions, and I feel like it sticks with you. But
Yeah.
I think Sirens of Titan might be my favorite one.
Which one has Ice 9? Cat's Cradle?
That's Cat's Cradle.
Come
Also
on,
good.
Cat's Cradle, man.
Yeah.
Dark.
And I was like, I'm going to write that kind of stuff. And, you know, he worked at GE or somewhere. He was an engineer, and he wrote in the night. And I was like, I'm going to do that. And so I thought I would get a database programming job, but then I ended up getting a job at George Lucas's Fun Factory.
You're like George Lucas's Fun Factory?
Yeah, Lucasfilm Games it was called back then.
Can we hear a little bit about that chapter of your existence?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah. It was like a job listing at the college. There was like, we need programmers who can write dialogue. I was like, that sounds amazing. And I loved Lucasfilm already because they had made these games called like Ball Blazer and Cronus Rift and Rescue and Fractalus and all these great games for the Atari 800, which is the best.
Ball Blazer.
Ball Blazer. But I
No wonder you like to hold it at the base. He's ball blazing.
Oh, man. Guys, please, we're being serious. I just don't know how to hold this thing anymore now. Like,
it's like a flute of champagne. You hold it up at the tip.
Ball Blazer. But when I played it, it was I did my phone interview, and he's like, "What kind of games of ours do you like?" And I was like, "I love Ball Blazer." But what I actually said is I love Ball Blaster because that's what my copy was called. And he goes, "Ball Blaster, huh? That's what it was called when it was pirated."
Busted.
Yeah, totally busted.
And yet you still
somehow I got that job anyway.
Nice.
But I was working at Skywalker Ranch. Have you been up there?
No.
It's beautiful.
Is it still
Yeah,
what it was?
What?
I heard that
Skywalker
I heard
Ranch?
that he had plans to like sell it to make it into something else.
Well, it's like I think he gave most of the land back to like the land trust or some sort of. It's like a state property now, or kind of, or it's zoned so it can't be developed. And his, little Skywalker sound is there. They still do all this, tons of editing of sound for movies.
Yeah.
And the concept art for a lot of the Star Wars movies was done in the main house, and they have a fire department. It says like
Whoa.
Lucasfilm Fire Department on it, and Ewok Lake is there.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a nice job.
Wait a second. I mean, what makes it Ewoky, that lake?
I guess it's full of the bodies of Ewoks.
I mean,
They don't bury their dead. They just pop them into the water.
I think Ewoks. I think like rainforest type of trees. They're all hanging up in the trees, right? With like a Swiss Family Robinson kind of like.
They actually, it's in Marin, which has the giant redwoods.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was some of the inspirations for Endor.
Oh yeah.
And wait, where do Ewoks? They don't live there. Anyway, woods. Where do Ewoks live? Is it Endor? All right. Yeah. So I was right. And and they didn't film that there, but I was always told they filmed there was an Ewok special, like a TV special.
Is it possible George Lucas is watching right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not. But they filmed some of the
He'd be
Ewok.
like, Ball Buster!
No, it was never called Ball Buster. That would be a popular game.
Did you ever get to have some face-to-face time with George?
I met him 3 times.
Thrice
I've met. And on the first eve, he came to me.
Were you nervous?
I'm the ghost of episode 1.
Was it trembly, that first meeting?
Just trying to remember the first one he came to look at. We were making a game Day of the Tentacle, and he came to look at our storyboards. Thank you, awesome. And he came, and we were so proud of ourselves because we were doing storyboards like a real movie. We're like, woohoo, we're doing storyboards. And he goes, yeah, storyboards. We do this all the time. It's like, it's hard to make a movie without a script. And we're like, script. That's what we should have. So, yeah, there wasn't a lot of exchanges between me and George.
You don't want to talk about the second and third time?
But second time. I think that was the second time. The first time, I think I said hi to him at the like the 4th of July picnic.
Did you what? Did you blast him?
That's
Ball blast?
dirty. They had amazing 4th of July picnics, and one year Michael Jackson was there.
No.
Yeah.
Where did they do some moonwalking together?
I couldn't tell if you were scatting just then. That sounded like you were scatting.
Was there? Did George Lucas
You know
work
what?
with
I think
him
you're
on a
thinking
thing?
of Captain EO.
Oh, Captain EO.
EO is
Right.
a George, like a Spielberg, Lucas, Jackson jam.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I caught that while it was
At
still
the
there.
park?
I caught it.
I think it's
at
back.
The park.
Isn't it back?
I think it's not back now. No, it's got to be over by now.
I think it went
Is
away
it
and
back?
it came back. Maybe
It
went
went
away.
away, it came back, and now it's gone away forever. It's back again?
This is like a really helpful audience. You guys know everything. That's amazing.
Hold on. We only got a couple minutes left. I got a really good question I want to get to.
Are you trying to get out of here early?
Where do you live?
I got a real. That's a good question.
I just imagine your house has got a lot of cool secret passageways and stuff.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Does it not have a not one secret tunnel?
It does it has like a weird, like a light well with a little trap door that you can go.
I called it. I swear to God, I did not know.
Yeah. And it's, I don't want to say it because my daughter's listening, but we used to call it Alice in Wonderland because
Yeah.
it was like a little hidden place that she could go into, and she called it, but when she was really young, she pronounced it Asses in Wonderland. I'm sorry if you're watching this, but it was you know, little kids, they say that it's so innocent. I want to go to Asses in Wonderland. Feel free to use that for a song title, if you want to. Anytime.
How do you like being a parent now? You're a parent. Oh, she's literally watching though.
She's backstage with your children.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're scheming.
I have to say, one of our favorite games at home with the kids when we play together was Connect Party.
Connect Party, yeah.
Now this is a game that is
That's both the people that bought it. Thank
anybody.
you.
Look, anybody that has kids and a Connect player, you have got to get yourself a Connect Party.
Yeah.
There's no controllers, and there's literally like 278 different games that just sort of happen
Yeah.
one after the other.
It's like, remember the Kinect? You guys? Yeah. So you just it shows your living room, but it shows your living room back at you, but we fill it with lava, or we fill
Yeah.
it with balls of balloons. And,
No, magical.
And, like giant buildings, and you smash them like Godzilla. It's
For
one of
hours.
the best things we've ever made. People just, like, every time you have a party, like a birthday party for kids, you turn it on, and they'll just play in front of it for hours and hours and laugh and sweat, and it's gross.
Yeah, I sweat my.
But great, and your grandparents can play it. Like if the family dog runs in the room, they can pop bubbles. It's go back in time.
Oh, that's a good one. My boys, especially Sammy, has shown a lot of interest in designing games himself. He wants to get in that world because he's thinking games and he's very creative. What advice do you give to do kids ever come up to you and say, how do I do what you do, Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah.
That's never happened?
No, yeah.
What do you say? What's your go-to advice for a young aspiring game designer? Or even a 40-something aspiring game designer?
I mean, it sounds really cliche to play a lot of games, but I swear a lot of the ideas I have, it sounds like I steal a lot of them, but I do. I steal a lot of them.
The geniuses steal.
Yeah. From Beethoven, listen to a lot of Beethoven. But like,
all the best games
playing
come
a
from
lot of
Beethoven.
games, and nowadays you can you don't have to know how to program as much. Like there used to be all these barriers to make a game, but now you can download an engine like Unreal or Unity or like Game Maker or Creator or one of these. There are all these engines that can help you make a game if you're just an artist, and and you can watch a YouTube video about how to do it and make a game, and so you can practice and make something. And they have programs in school now, like college degrees in game design. Didn't have that back in my day. What else?
So your advice to kids is to practice? That's the advice? Practice?
Help me make that a more fun answer, because I don't. What do you say when people ask you what they should do? You say practice.
I do say, well, I say that writing is the key. Anyone who wants to get into acting, they better start writing their own parts and just doing it, because that's all my favorite comedians and and people in the industry now are writing their own stuff. And yeah, I recommend.
writing
Well, I
you
didn't.
mean
I'm
Tenacious
not
D?
known as a writer, but yeah, I didn't get anything really cooking until I started writing songs and sketches with Tenacious D. That's when I found my voice. So anyone who asks me, but let's say I wanted to practice my game making. You say you'd take a course.
No, you don't. I mean, if you're in school, there's courses now in colleges or high schools sometimes. But yeah, you can just learn it from the internet.
Coding.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? But you're saying now you can. There's
I'm
ways
saying there's,
around
like,
the whole
there's-
coding thing.
There's visual programming languages. There's ways to get in if you don't, and you can learn a simpler programming language. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
And play a lot of games.
What? Can you have a picture? Now's not the time or the place. Well, can you just like do the? No, don't come up here. Yeah, do that, and then hold it like that. If you have a really good. I'm gonna multitask. I'm gonna look at my next question while you take that picture.
Thank you. I mean,
You wanted a hug. What games are you looking forward to other than your own games coming out?
that's professionalism.
Bringing it back.
Games. I was excited to play. I didn't get a really chance to play the new Mario game.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't play it? Your kid played it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was into it.
I like to play any new Mario game. I saw some cool things that A Way Out. Have you seen that? It's from the people who made Brothers. It's like a jailbreak, and you play it co-op even if you're not in the same room. It's like a split screen all the time.
Way Out?
A Way Out.
A Way Out.
Yeah, it's like a jailbreak story. You can jailbreak. We could do it together. We could jailbreak together.
Dude, we should make it's too late now. Well, I was going to say we should make a Jumanji game, but it comes out in like 3 months.
Wait.
We don't have time.
So they're not making a game for that right now?
No, isn't that dumb?
Isn't
It's
there
a
a game
movie
in-
about a game. Duh. It's the most obvious thing you make a game.
But it's kind of a warning about how those games are dangerous, right?
That's true. But, you know, Tony Hawk, they always used to say at the end of whenever you conquered a Tony Hawk skateboarding game, "Now get out and skateboard for real, kids." Like they would always give you the anti-video game message at the end of the...
Yeah. These kids playing Rock Band and Guitar Hero, just about it. It's not the same thing like that.
Yeah.
Did we talk about your favorite games yet? But outside of Psychonauts, like games?
My favorite games?
Yeah. Games that have meant a lot to you, and Brutal Legend. Games that have like meant a lot to you when you were growing up that you're like, oh, I want to be in a rock band and not make video games. But
my favorite game of all time? I mean, other than Psychonauts, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I really love that Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Takes me into the world.
Yeah.
I love getting fully immersed. And there's kind of a storyline, but kind of just wandering.
Yeah. What kind of cowboy were you? Did you do bad things?
No, I was mostly a righteous cowboy.
You never like jumped on top of a moving train, then just killed everyone on the train?
You know what?
You can
That's
do that.
what
and
I
the train
do.
will just keep going.
I'll go through the entire. Here's my go-to. I'll go through an entire game on the easiest level if there's a choice, and I'll conquer the whole thing as righteous and as good as I can be, and I'm going to heaven at the end. And then after I conquer the game, I go back in, but this time I'm a totally different person. I'm the evil devil boy that is there just to.
On hard mode.
Yeah, I'll skip. I'll never play medium. It's super easy, and then I skip to absolute insane mode. That's my go-to.
He's not kidding. I sneakily got a hold of your Xbox friend code, right? I saw, and I could see at night whenever I go on there, you were on there playing. It didn't tell me if you're playing easy mode or not, but you'd be playing games all the time. It's always playing video games.
I love you.
That's not really.
I feel
that
like
wasn't really a good question. I don't have it.
I think this is happening now. A high five with interlocking squeeze. It's been great chatting with you. Was there anything else that you wanted to say? I asked all of my questions.
Oh, really?
Pretty much. I'm not going to ask a couple of them. Are so dumb. I can't.
Oh, come on.
You thought those other ones? No. They start getting so dumb. It's like a peek into my soul. Should we bring Jeff out? Is it time to be?
Wait, is Jeff, are you nearby? Jeff, you're welcome on the stage.
Jeff?
Or we could take an audience question if you
We
want to
need
take an
those
audience
golden
question.
loads. Oh yeah, audience questions. Right there. Wait a second. Did you hear that?
I wish. I know some people might have thought we were going to announce that, but
It does feel like it. Seems like it. Jeff should have thought of that.
Yeah. But we're not. I would love to, but we're not. That'd be great.
I know.
Yeah. That's gonna be someday. We'll make that game. It's gonna be an expensive game. It's gonna cost money.
Yeah. What's your question? Oh, thank you.
Doesn't work. Oh, now it does. Okay. My name's Miss Busby. I'm a teacher and a writer. And in college, I started writing poems and making songs for my classroom because I saw School of Rock and because I saw how inspired. So I've been very inspired, and I actually recently started composing music to go with those songs and made a song that I did in a talent show with some of my kids. And if I didn't watch School of Rock, I feel like that might have not happened. And maybe this isn't really a question, but thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. That was the sweetest thing I've heard all day.
That was awesome. Aren't you glad we took an audience
feels
question?
good.
That was beautiful.
I am.
Now, what's your question?
I'd like all. Oh, do I want to listen to your song? I mean, of course.
Do you want to take another question? I see a hand right there.
You, sir.
Big fanboy also on LucasArts in the 90s. That was all I did, your
Wait,
Oh,
adventure
a little
games.
Closer. Don't touch the bottom of it, though.
In the 90s,
Just
your game.
grab it right around this top area.
All right. One, did you ever see the Yati Crenshaw review of the first Psychonauts? He's only give positive reviews to 2 games, Portal and your Psychonauts. Zero punctuation.
You're going to ask about reviews. That's always awkward.
But if you've never seen it, I did have a specific game about a question about Psychonauts 2. I got the impression that you were. Is it going to be exclusively VR? That's what it kind of.
Oh no, we made a VR exclusive game called Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin, and it's on PlayStation VR, and that's already out. And that's like a one mission. It's the shorter story in between Psychonauts 1 and 2. And you don't have to have played it to play Psychonauts 2. You should play it. It's great. It's awesome. But Psychonauts 2 is going to be on other platforms. It's going to be, everywhere, and not VR. Later. And I have seen that review, and it was good. I should have just stopped right there and not watched anymore.
I see too many hands. Let's go right that guy.
That guy?
Yeah.
That guy? Yeah.
Hello, is this working? Okay, I have a big question. I was wondering, when are we going to see Tenacious D2 and the Bong of Destiny?
Oh, Tenacious D2 and the Bong? You've already got the title. The Bong of Destiny.
You got the Bong already. I hear you see it.
That will probably be a very low-budget affair. As the first one, as many of you may know, nobody went to see it. But you did, apparently.
Big fan.
You probably saw it on YouTube.
Everybody here saw that movie.
Thank you. Well, we
was
don't
like
have
twice
plans
as
for that.
popular as Connect Party.
We do have plans for a musical a post-apocalyptic musical comedy to be released in the near future, animated series that no one in Hollywood wants to make, but that we're making it. I did all the drawings, and it's really bad. And also,
did you really do a bunch of drawings?
Pretty darn good.
I did get one question from the internet
Yeah?
before. People wanted to ask when there's going to be a Heat Vision and Jack game.
Oh, Heat Vision and Jack game. Another, thank you. See, that's why It was a pilot that I did that never came out.
It came
But-
out on the internet.
That came out on the internet. But those guys that wrote and directed, Ben Stiller directed it, but the guys that wrote it and created it, Dan Harmon and Rob Schraub, are these like geniuses that have gone on to like superstardom. I don't know if you ever heard of this cartoon, Rick and Morty, but that's Dan. I think there's a lot better chance of a Rick and Morty game than a Heat, Vision, and Jack, unfortunately, but I'd work with those guys anytime. Those guys are so funny. But next question. Oh, sorry, dude. I wanted that way.
Yeah, we were going to ask
but then
this guy,
he was
but this
more
guy
aggressive.
yelled, so fair's fair.
Hey, Jack. My name is Ray. I'm a big fan. I've always loved your music and your acting. Question for you a little bit deeper than video games and stuff. Just as you further your career, are you coming back to music? Are you still doing it? And has acting and music as a father, have you changed the way you act and the way you perform your music since you are, a father now? Has that changed at all the way you do that?
Yeah, it's always been part of my. Acting and music always kind of went hand in hand for me from the very beginning. I was doing musical theater, and Tenacious D was kind of my entry into the industry in a way, and all of my best movies seem to have music. So once in a while I'll do a movie with no music in it, but I'll always end up coming back to music. And Tenacious D is cradle to the grave. I'm going to,
Can I get a solid medal from you?
What's that?
Can I get a solid medal from you? Medal!
Yeah, that was pretty solid.
That was a really good medal.
A solid falsetto, I think you'll have to agree.
Yeah. So
I shouldn't have gone for the second one. The first one was more solid.
But you asked about kids too. Now you don't swear anymore, right?
Yeah, I've let a few go tonight, haven't I?
No. Not that I noticed.
Yeah, I got kids. So I still will do movies that are not for kids. That I still do both.
They haven't watched those.
But what's
Pick
that?
of Destiny, are they?
No, they haven't seen Pick of. They've seen parts of Pick of Destiny. I'll fast forward through the inappropriate bits, the kibbles and bits. But
This
yeah.
guy really wants to ask the question.
Hey,
It's
is your
hurting
kid,
his arm.
Do you think your kid is going to be a gamer? Is she showing an interest in game design?
Yeah.
She gonna follow in the footsteps?
She has drawn some games out on paper, and she started her own Zelda save game, her own game. She used to watch me playing it, but now she's playing it herself. So I've taught her, like, the best thing to do on a warm, sunny day is stay inside and play video games. Trying to be a good influence. Yeah. That's the secret right there.
So I got a question for you both. First one's for Tim, and I wanted to know what was like the first program you wrote that worked, and you were just like excited that it.
The first program I wrote that worked. I remember the first program I wrote that didn't work because I didn't have a computer. I was reading a book on basic programming, and I wrote this program that would just draw rectangles on the screen. Very exciting. And I went down to my local Radio Shack, which you have to ask your parents about. It was a store. Because the Radio Shack had a TRS-80 in it. And I would ask the guy, or like, if I could break into the backgammon game that was running on it all the time and type in my own program. And I sat there and I typed in this rectangle drawing program. And I typed run, and it didn't work. And then the guy kicked me out of the store.
Yeah, nice.
So that's my first program that didn't work. The first one that worked was...
I made a Connect 4 game once, and it worked, and it was like the most exciting thing, man.
Isn't that exciting when things work?
It worked.
Still
That was
exciting
cool
to this day when things work.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
Nothing.
Yeah, what'd you say,
Nothing. Now, your second part of your question, please.
Oh, Jack. All right, man. So I know it's been a while since Tenacious D, so are you still in shape, man? Can you still do like the dick push-ups and
Oh,
stuff
you're talking
like that,
about
man? Have you tried one of those lately? Deactivate the lasers? Yeah.
Let's bring Jeff out, you guys.
And last we want an encore, man. We want a song.
Still got it.
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Okay, let's get some professional
He wanted to see
hosting going on here. Are you gonna do one?
You were
This
pretty
is
good
Jeff Keighley.
interviewer.
Jeff
Jack
Keighley,
Black.
everybody. Hello, sir.
Interception.
Yes,
Interception.
I love it right there.
Thank you.
How
Thank
you
you.
doing? That was fun.
That was fun.
So we'll get you in Psychonauts 2, we think, Jack? It's going to happen, I think, right?
Oh, it's happening. It's just a question of if I'm going to be in it or not. He keeps on teasing me with it.
Well, who's this character going to be?
Oh yeah, we'll start. I mean, have auditions and everything.
But do you have that piece of art? You imagine what Jack's
we are
character's going to be?
still creating new characters as we develop all the minds,
Okay.
and there are a couple that I think Jack would be amazing in, but I think we want to get them all. Maybe provide some options.
Ah.
See what kind of stuff you want to do. Yeah.
He'd
Hi,
be.
Jeff. Thanks
Hey,
for having
Tim.
us on
Thanks
your
for
show.
thanks for all you guys coming out to E3 Coliseum. There's been tons of fun. Thanks to Jack for hanging out with Tim. It's so fun to hear about all the games you like to play and the inspirations between both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this interviewing thing, you're pretty good. I prepped your questions and everything.
I did prep some shiny new questions.
Yeah. I'm sorry I touched the bottom of the mic so much.
It's all right.
What does that sound like?
Understandable.
Like it's a squealing.
A little feedback
wailing?
online. People are like,
Ah.
what's he doing?
God, Sorry, online.
The receiver, I think, goes out.
Oh,
It's all
Do you
good.
think we covered everything? Because we're amateurs at this.
Yeah, I think we found out about the games and inspirations that have inspired you both. I mean, even, and it's cool to hear you talk about, like, Red Dead. All the Rockstar guys were texting me saying, oh, that's so cool that Jack loves
nice.
the game. Because it's like, even talking about Titanfall.
Yep.
So the Respawn guys were watching the stream. They're like, we
No
didn't know
kidding.
Jack loved Titanfall
Oh,
campaigns.
damn.
That's so cool. And to play all this stuff.
And then all the stuff I said too was cool, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We get to hear from you all the time, though. That's what's fun is this, the
Yeah.
two of you
We
guys
just did it
riffing off each
yesterday.
other.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just had you on the show yesterday, but this is fun. Well, thanks so much for coming, guys, to E3. I'm glad you were walking around the show floor a little bit, right?
I did. I had
Check it
to
out.
dip my toe in.
How crazy? I've been over here all day. How crazy is it over there?
It is insane. I mean,
Yeah.
it's tight.
Yeah?
But yeah, I had my boys with me, and there's not a lot of kids. I don't think they're even really allowed. I
Not
think
allowed.
I bent the rules a bit.
I went to the first
to get my
E3
boys in.
23 years ago, and I was a kid.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
15 years old, and you have to get a special pass.
Yeah.
Because, it's 17 and older. So
That's
you're,
so cute.
I don't know. Yeah, it's
And look at you now.
Look
Yeah,
at you now.
yeah, that's awesome. So your kids had fun?
Yeah.
They told us we should cut our wristbands off because we're not cool if we're wearing
Oh,
them
yeah.
on the stage.
Yeah.
And now
Sorry.
we know it's cool to wear them.
Now the host, I messed up.
Well, I think this is my wristband right here.
Jack Black, Tim Schafer. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. And that's going to do it for day one of the E3 Coliseum. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. We got another full day of awesome programming. Really appreciate you guys stopping by. Have a good night.
Thanks, man. That was good.